guess let's jump in and keep on doing the things, shall we? I think we just finished the job at Ares. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we just finished the job at Ares. We parted ways in a friendly manner with the other Shadowrun team, so that's cool. That went fairly well. Hopefully, they're cool people, and this turns into something useful down the road. And we've got a lot of conversations to have. I think we came in here, we got our money. Got our money? Yeah. Got paid. So we haven't gone shopping yet, and we haven't talked to anybody yet. So I think we start with the shopping, actually. Let's go see what's on offer out here. I want more cool shaman spells. Let me conjure. You want to actually... There you go. Nothing new to report, as expected. Alright, well, I would like to see your wares. Show me the wares. Up to armor 6 now, which I think is what I'm currently wearing. Although, that's worth checking. Guess I was just browsing. We'll see you around. Might have been browsing. You don't know. I got 11 karma to burn. That's something. Oh, no, I have armor 4. Might be worth it to get some better armor. Well, what is with this hair? Why did I make this decision? This is unforgivable. It looks like I'm wearing a steak. This is not... I don't like this preset. For the wares or the wares, haha. The right to wear arms, that's good. My Second Amendment right to wear arms. I don't think I can acquire additional arms, though. Like, I really think it's just going to be the 2. I can maybe upgrade them. That doesn't have the same ring to it, though. I wanted to update my spell casting, like mage spell casting, so that I could cast heal. I wanted to do this. If I do that, what else can I get? Haste? Cooldown 4? That's a lot of cooldown. Where arms, their arms? I know the answer to that question. Their arms, their castle. Cannot be targeted nor target others. That seems pretty cool. There are all these, like, cool battlefield control abilities, and I don't actually know that I'll ever use them, to be honest. Armor 3. Well, that's a big armor. Oh, it boosts the amount at a time, as opposed to requiring repeated castings to get that. Yeah, Mark Magus, this isn't my first rodeo. I am aware of the correct pronunciation of Frankenstein. Do I want better armor? Do I want any of this? Maybe Fire Barrier, because that's kind of neat. Although AP damage is indeed one of my many favorites. Reduces an ally's chance to be hit by 25% and increases their movement by 1. Neat. Yes, that is a thing to be careful of, correct. Oh, those poor horses. I don't actually know what I want to spend money on here. There were some really good gags in that movie. Overall, that movie was really good. Like, hey, hey, Devonok, thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back, chummer. Welcome back to the Shadowrun party, I guess. Definitely could use someone with your skills. What else am I getting? Am I getting this heal spell is one of the questions. I guess I should resolve that question first. Am I getting one of these heal spells? I think all of them are just, like, the only difference is the cooldown, right? This is cooldown 2, and then heal wound 1 is cooldown 3. This requires spellcasting 2. I think this is worth it. I think this is worth having. And then, how much room do I have, actually? Let's further investigate what I am taking with me on my ventures. Oh, I've got tons of room for spells. I could fit anything in here. I think I want some sort of battlefield control ability. So we should get one of the walls, whichever... I don't even know which of the walls are good. But I do think I want heal 1, because that is the easiest to spend enough points on to be able to cast. And then probably fire barrier. If people want to walk through fire barriers, they can take some damage. And I like that they're medium cover. I guess the lightning barriers are also medium cover. And then down here now it's light cover. I want it to be medium cover, so I guess I don't want air barrier. And then there's other kinds of barriers that one can cast, I suppose. Not sure if I like lightning or fire better. I think it's fire. I'm not doing so much with the AP damage in this game. And this is conveniently cheaper. And armor 3 feels like a solid pickup. Armor 3 seems good. Yeah, let's buy all of these things. Required Conjuring 7. Oh. Oh. Well, let's see if I can make that happen, eh? Okay, let's get out of the conversation then. Thank you. Oh, well, that's not that hard. And then if I go over here, I'm 1 karma away from being able to cast the heal. I guess I won't commit to either yet, and we'll see what my next event is, what my next job is, because whether I need to bring the heal with me depends on whether or not I'm bringing Gobbet. If I'm not bringing Gobbet, I should get the spellcasting necessary to bring the heal spell. If I am bringing Gobbet, it's a lot less important. Alright, well, she had nothing new to say to me. So I guess I'm on talk to people, get some rest, and figure out which job I'm doing. So let's get started with that process. Alright, we'll start with the gun show. Let's have a conversation, shall we? You enter to find Wu stalking the floor silently, one hand held rigidly near his hip, the other flexing and unflexing again and again. When he notices you, he nods once and goes back to his caged panther routine. I can't really ask him what he thought about the last run because he didn't come with on the last run. So that's not going to be helpful. Gonna wear a hole in the floor that way. Wu keeps pacing. Need something? Yeah, drink. Looks like you could use one too. I hear Club 88 has 2-for-1s between 4 and 6 o'clock. You'll have to drink them both, though. I don't put drugs or alcohol into my body. I'm just gonna let that go. You know what? Yeah, we're just not gonna talk about that. Take it you're stewing about Josephine saying? That's right. I'm thinking about what she did to our family. What she did to Carter. His pace increases a bit. It's time for the old Duncan to come out and play. Wu's eyes smolder. Here's what we do. We walk into Tsang headquarters and ask for the boss. When she comes down, we grab her, take her somewhere quiet, and ask her why she had Carter and those runners killed. Find out what happened to Raymond, whether he's alive or dead. What happens next is up to her. Think the direct method will result in a quick death. Yeah, that's a little too straightforward, Duncan. They'll never see it coming. That's why the plan's so beautiful. This is the way to go. My way. Now, where have I heard that before? What? My way? That's right. There's one way this is gonna go. He catches himself. Understanding appears in his eyes. Ah, crap. That's what Ray used to say. Raymond Black, our benevolent dictator. No questioning his rules. No falling short of his expectations. It was his way or the wrong way. Or you'd get the full-on Raymond treatment. I didn't care to be on the receiving end of that. And I was, more than once, that's for sure. You remember what happened a few years after we moved out of the squat and into his house? The thing with Doubletray and Lockjaw, when he accused us of relapsing back into our old ways? Man, that was when Ray's authority finally got tested. His raspy baritone is tinged with satisfaction. When I finally stood up to him. Okay. He just wouldn't listen. Could that be part of why I left? That's intertwining my backstory a little bit more. Putting some context towards my decision to leave them. Is that good? I'd never seen him so angry. I feel like this is... I feel like this is reasonable. Like, this could be a part of my character's backstory. I thought that might have been part of it. But to be fair, I wasn't listening either. That was our pattern, wasn't it? I wouldn't listen, he wouldn't listen, and we butted heads. Rinse and repeat once every few weeks. He smiles, but it's filled with regret. But that time was the worst. His face settles into an expression of resignation. Okay, Mr. Eternal. We don't need to do things my way. No need for us to butt heads. He stretches. You can hear his joints crack. And on that note, I'm gonna have to ask you to clear out. It's been another long day. Getting the feeling they're all gonna be long days. Yeah, getting that feeling too. Anyway, have a good night, Jim. Catch you tomorrow. Alright. Well, good talk, probably. I don't know that a lot got said, but, you know, good talk anyway. What are you up to, Isabel? Isabel half turns away from the octopus's main display. She looks up at you, blinking. The memory stick that you acquired from Rhombus has already been slotted into one of the computer's many expansion ports. The cherry red plastic that sheathes the stick looks slick and wet in the light. Gross. You did good back there. The run went well. Her eyes flit down to the memory stick. We got the stick, the key to my old memories. All I have to do now is slot it. You haven't done it yet? No, not yet. I mean, I can. It'd be as simple as plugging myself in and tapping a key. My old memories are all mine if I want them. But you're not sure. She nods. That's about the shape of it. I'm feeling hesitant about this. It isn't easy, you know. Shifting organic memories into headwear storage, wiping the originals and locking them away for safekeeping. That's corporate level mind sculpting. Serious business. So, the process was difficult. What does that matter? So I let Rhombus do this to me, all by himself, in a dirty corner of a derelict shopping mall. You know what that tells me? That I was desperate to get rid of whatever baggage he stored up there. So both of these are like, you know, just do it anyway. But I do like the Socratic method. So I'm just going to ask her questions until she figures it out for herself. Tell me, Isabel, would it have been easier for you to have Rhombus just wipe the memories altogether? She blinks. Yes, much easier. Still not without risk, but you didn't do that. You had to move the memories into storage. Why? There's a long pause. Because I knew that one day I might need them. I mean, this could be me arguing her into it, but how about she tells me what she thinks? Were you wrong about that? No, damn it. Of course I wasn't. You don't have to be so glib about it. Another long pause. Isabel stares at her feet, thinking. Finally, she looks back up at you. You're right. I know that. I knew it before we went to get the code. I just needed to talk through it with someone. Not gob it. Someone who could take the situation seriously. I needed to talk through it with you. That's what I'm here for. Without another word, she pulls a cable from a pile on the floor and slots it into her data jack. The other end disappears into one of the octopus's many brains. Her fingers fly across the octopus's keyboard, rattling off a series of audible clicks. Finally, her thumb hovers over the execute key. I'll right the lever. Wish me luck. Good luck! The key depresses with an audible click. Isabel's eyes flutter, and her cheeks flush with blood. So this is just straight up memory hacking, right? It's apparently a lot easier to regain those memories than it is to peel them out, I guess. That makes a fair amount of sense. But the process of putting them back in definitely seems a lot less involved than the process that she went through to get rid of them. Which is good. It's good that it's easy. It's good that she doesn't need help with this. Because who's she gonna get the help with? Oh, no. No. She starts shaking her head from side to side, wringing her hands. A progress bar on the octopus's auxiliary monitor slowly climbs. Oh, fuck. I'm not gonna pull the plug on it. That sounds real dangerous. Isabel, are you okay? The progress bar climbs to 100. Isabel snatches the cable back out of her data jack and covers her eyes with her hands. She's shivering. She clutches her temples in the palms of her hands. Now I remember why I didn't want these anymore. These are your memories, Isabel. You can handle them. Probably, yeah. Alright, sure, it's pep talk time. Not like this, I can't. These are years of bad memories, all let out of the box at once. It's overwhelming and it's horrible and I want it to stop. I can remember things that happened to friends of mine, to relatives. Things that I watched happen. No. I'm great at pep talks? Unclear. They're just memories. They can't hurt you. Yeah, fucking right. Anything I can do to help? Nothing comes to mind. Her voice is ragged, raw. These memories are crystal clear. It's like all of this shit happened yesterday. Yeah, all of that time heals all wounds business. You just kind of put all that off, huh? No healing from any of this. I can remember watching friends die. I can see their screaming faces just as clearly as I did the day that it happened. It's like watching a Trid show, but it's my life and it's real. Suck it up. Come on. Be nice. Focus. Alright, well, that's nicer, but still not good. She screws her eyes shut in concentration. Beads of sweat hang heavy on her brow. I think so, yes. It'll take time for me to sift through all this. She opens her eyes again, looks up at you. I'll hold on to these memories for as long as I can. Hopefully long enough to reveal something useful. No promises beyond that, though. Not asking for promises. Just do your best. She gives you a weak half smile. I always do. One thing does jump out at me. Rhombus archived some software up here. She taps her temple with a fingernail. It's sitting on top of the memories, all wrapped up like a present. I don't know why he did it, but it looks like a combat package. Why would he have done that? Beats the hell out of me. He put it in there when he locked my memories away, so maybe he was trying to stash it. Or maybe he knew I'd need it one day. It's a basic attack modification, I think. I'm gonna have to study it to be sure, but I think that I can use it. That's some good news. Yeah, it's all very exciting. But for now, just give me some space, okay? She turns away, shivering. Like I said, it's gonna take time for me to make sense of this stuff. Alright, well, you have the space you need. Good. Go, now. I guess we're not talking about the last run. That's fine. That's fine. Maybe you should have done that before I committed to regaining her memories. Oh well. Gobbet looks up from her hot plate at the sound of your approach. A smile creases her face. She raises her eyebrows and gestures at the cabin around you. You know, the Kraken has really been shaping up over the past few days. With all the work that we've been putting into her, she's starting to feel like a real home. Oh, I forgot that I renamed the boat. The boat is the Kraken. Yes. Yes, of course. The Kraken. Anyway, enough about the boat. She puts her hands on her hips, sending Madness scurrying. Ready for your next lesson? Or did you just want to chat? Do you have any thoughts about the last run? Okay, fine. Cool. I guess I'm ready for my next lesson. I don't want to change the name of the boat. Yeah? She smiles. That's good. I was hoping you'd want to keep going with this. It's good for you, and I'm kind of enjoying it too. Gobbet runs a hand through the knotted ropes of her hair, a contemplative look on her face. A moment later, she turns her attention back to you. Alright, this is going to be another long story, so I'm thinking we should take it in chunks. If you've got any questions, you can ask them along the way, and if you need to take a break, we can come back to it. Sound good? However you want to do it's fine. Good. So last time, I told you about the event that brought an end to my illustrious career as a subcontractor. This time, I'm going to tell you about a run that I went on with my regular team. This is where you started running with Isabel? Yeah, let's not talk about Nightjar. No, this was long before Iz hit the streets as a runner. We were friends and everything, but she was still learning to deck back then. She was good for her age, but she wasn't ready for prime time. You don't know anyone from the group that I'm talking about. They're all gone now anyway. Okay, I don't mean to poke at potentially uncomfortable details, but 3 is a lot of teams. Yeah, I did. Thanks for rubbing it in. The words are rueful, but her tone is soft. Alright, sorry. Don't worry about it, I'm fine. When you run the shadows, losing people is an occupational hazard. She offers you a lopsided smile. 3 is a lot of teams. As Shadowrunners, we're disposable assets. Shouldn't come as a surprise when we get used up and tossed away. That's a little grim. It is a little grim. It was the same way in the Barrens. Do I do I want to empathize, or do I want to be like, hey, whoa, wait a second. Maybe let's not think of ourselves as disposable. We all get flushed down the same chute in the end. That's also a little grim. One of these two. Just take a more positive outlook, huh? Be a little bit more optimistic, Gobbit. Just because all of your friends have died, like, multiple times in a row, doesn't mean you should be so negative. Jeez. She shrugs. Shadowrunners get killed all the time. No sense moping about it. Well, if we're just going to sit here and talk about death, I'm not in anymore. No, tell me about this group. Okay. How did you meet this group of yours? Through mutual friends. We actually all lived together before we decided to start running as a team. There was this floating squatters commune out in Hung Hom Bay. It's probably still out there, actually. I haven't been back in a long time. But I spent a few years living on the thing, and the rest of the team lived there with me. Squatters commune? Yep. We called it the sinking ship. It was like an enormous raft, all bolted together from old shipping containers. Wow. That, sounds incredibly uncomfortable. Wasn't the most comfortable place I've ever lived, but the price was right and the company was good. Okay. Well, I guess tell me about the team. Sure. She extends a hand so that she can count off teammates on her fingers. Madness scurries down her sleeve and perches on her forearm. Always with the rats. I get it. You've got rats. Our muscle was a Hawaiian Jew with poor impulse control. Big, round guy with lumberjack arms and ringlets in his hair. He called himself Honu. I guess he loved turtles? I don't know. Street names are weird. Well, speaking as a person who's took the street name The Lever, I have to disagree with you. We had a tech specialist, Egret. She was tall, gawky, dyed her hair bone white. She had a drone named Arlo that followed her around like a lost puppy. She was kind of a jack of all trades, but she could get the job done. Fun at parties, too. I feel like this sentence is carrying a lot of subtext. I would be interested to hear more about what Egret was like at parties. Our de facto team leader was a guy named Tsui. He was a wiry troll, if you can imagine that. Probably about 2% body fat, all skin and bones. Walked with a hunch to make himself look smaller. He was a shaman. Followed Rat, like me. Sounds like an interesting... It does sound like an interesting group. Presumably I know a few things about shamans. So, let's ask this question. Can't be many troll rat shamans out there. Not that I've met. But Tsui seemed like a really good guy. We got along fine. I actually really liked everyone on the team. They were a lot of fun to run with. Okay. Okay, but what about, like, the sinking ship? I feel like there's more to this. Maybe there's not more to this. Maybe it's just a place like any other place, just out on the water. But I feel like there's more to this. Let's hold off on that for a little bit, okay? I'd like to get through the rest of this story before we spend any more time on the raft. After your lesson's over, I'll tell you whatever you want to know about the commune. But for now, I'd rather not get sidetracked. Okay. Alright, well then, keep going. Don't let me stop you. She nods. Alright, moving on. So one day, Tsui brought us a job. He'd met a client in a Victoria Harbor bar, a rich Eastern Tiger exec. The guy wanted us to steal something for him. A shiny object. Okay, that's a little condescending. I feel like I know what things are. You don't have to refer to things as a shiny object. She raises her hands.
I know. It's stupid, right? But that was how the Johnson described it to us. The shiny object. That's what he wanted us to get. He never gave it any other name.
Okay, this is actually pretty funny though, right? Like the conjunction here of this guy only referring to it as a shiny object and hiring a rat shaman to steal it is like, that's amusing. I am amused. Seriously, a rat shaman hired to steal a shiny object?
Yeah, you can see how the gig would be hard for us to resist. Anyway, the client told us what to look for. He described it as a chunk of red jade, about the size and shape of an ostrich egg, with a mirror-polished surface and gold wire inlays. He said that it'd have paper charms hanging off of it, foo talismans, Taoist sorcery stuff. We weren't supposed to touch those. The client also told us about the shiny object's then owner, an old hedge wizard turned entrepreneur named Kong Shuyan.
Hedge wizard? It's a hedge wizard. She nods.
He had the whole wise old sage thing going on. He had the robes, the little hat, the kind smile. Oh, and the piece de resistance? A long, wispy beard. He was mean as a snake, though. Had a rep to prove it.
Long wisp. He's got the Gandalf look going. I like the little hat. That's great.
Intel said that old man Zhuyan was keeping the shiny object in one of his warehouses. He had a bunch of them. He'd built himself a nice little empire selling magical paraphernalia through puppet vendors in the Yao Ma Te night market. Supposedly a good fifth of the stalls in that place were on Zhuyan's payroll.
Magic? Immediately perks up. Magic? Tell me more.
Well, some of it was magic. A lot of what was in that warehouse was crap, though. Fakes and forgeries to sell to gullible tourists. Still, there was some nice stuff on display. Magical reagents and the like. But sifting the good from the bad would have taken time, and we weren't planning on sticking around long enough to do that.
Well, okay.
So we cased the warehouse for a couple of nights before the run. You know, did some recon, took some notes. From what we'd seen, we were pretty sure that Zhuyan was keeping our payday in vault area at the very back of the building. Security was pretty heavy, though. He was paying a local triad for protection and kept a lot of their boys on...
Excuse me. Settle down, body. It's okay. Everything's gonna be alright.
Tsui was the one who came up with the plan. We'd split up outside and into the warehouse in 2 teams. Team A would create a diversion. Team B would hit the vault while security was looking the other way. We'd grab our payday, regroup, and get the hell out of there.
In my experience, splitting the group is almost always more trouble than it's worth.
I'd agree with you if we were going in expecting a straight fight. But as a Shadowrunner, you should almost never want to get into one of those. When you're on a job, you're always going to be outnumbered and outgunned. Going quiet is inherently safer than going loud, and if splitting the group is what it takes to do that...
She shrugs. I do like the role I've set up for myself here, where she tells me a story, and I disagree with every decision that she's made along the story, and then she tells me why I'm wrong. This is a lovely little mentor dynamic we have.
Anyway, Team A, Honu and Egret, circled around the loading dock just like we'd planned. Tsui and I waited by the service entrance.
Wouldn't you want to split up the shaman? But maybe you just want the 2 rats to steal the shiny object. Well, can't argue with that, I suppose.
We didn't have to wait long. Couple of minutes in, we heard this ungodly crash, then another, and another. As it turns out, Egret had rigged into...
Oh, okay.
Egret had rigged into Zhuyan's network of automated forklifts. She had 6 of them running amok in the loading dock, chasing down workers and crashing themselves into anything marked fragile.
You know a lot of that guy? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, this kind of perfectly fits the, like, fresh out of college, overconfident junior programmer. goes into like a mentor-mentee relationship with an experienced programmer, but feels like he knows everything already. Oh man, that's such a miserable person to interact with too. right in the middle of that like the Dunning-Kruger bell curve. Sounds like a good time. Next time we're on a run with a loading dock, remind me about the forklift trick. I do like forklift tricks. This is pretty good.
It's awesome, right?
A dreamy smile spreads across her face.
Egret really outdid herself. I wish that I could have been there to see it. Egret's distraction did what it was supposed to. As Tsui and I watched, most of the Triad guys at the surface entrance abandoned their posts and went hauling off towards the loading dock. A couple of guys with baseball bats stayed back, but we handled them easily enough. We slipped inside and made a beeline for the back of the warehouse where the shiny object was supposed to be.
Yep. Supposed to be doing a lot of work in that sentence? Can we call it here? Maybe come back to this later. Wow, rude. Come on, Gobba tells a good story. Let me guess. Something went wrong.
No, actually. It was there. Just like we thought it'd be. The door was open and everything. The shiny object was sitting there in a teak cradle, gleaming with reflected light. Just like the client had said. It had a ring of Taoist talismans hanging off it like a grass skirt, the paper all crinkled with age. We didn't waste any time. I reached in and grabbed the thing. It felt strange through my gloves. The jade sort of, pulsed. As if it had a heartbeat.
Sounds ominous.
Yeah, tell me about it. I wanted to drop the thing, but it was our payday, so I slipped it into my satchel instead. Couldn't get the flap closed quickly enough. The package being secure, Tsui and I turned to hightail it out of there. And then things went to shit.
Shadowrun story that doesn't include something went wrong? Well, here we go. As expected, eventually something went wrong. Did the shiny object do something unpredictable? I want to know more about this shiny object.
No, not the shiny object. Old man Zhuyan. He was standing there right in front of us, larger than life. I'm guessing that when he heard the commotion in the loading dock, he'd come running, well, waddling, to make sure that his treasure was safe. As it turns out, it wasn't, because I'd already stolen the thing. He looked displeased.
How much of a threat could he be? Come on. Let's tone this down like a little bit. Let's tone this down just a smidge. What'd you do?
What do you think we did? He had our backs to a wall. We lit the old bastard up. It was pretty epic, truth be told. Spirits were summoned, spells were discharged, the vault door sealed behind Zhuyan like something out of a movie. At one point, the old man leapt onto Tsui's back and tried to bite his ear off.
Wow, hell of a combat.
I won't bore you with the play-by-play of how the fight went down. In the end, we crushed him. Unfortunately, the fighting had caused some collateral damage.
No, the shiny object! Oh. The vault door. Never mind, that's fine.
At some point during our showdown with Zhuyan, the control panel for the vault door must have eaten an arc of lightning or a blast of a power ball. It was toast. All black and melted. Neither of us could fix it.
So you were trapped in the vault?
Yeah, that's about the size of it. It was only a matter of time before the old man's remaining security guys found us in there. There was still one way out, a ventilation duct up high in the rafters. But it was too small for Tsui to fit through. He was a troll, after all. I had the shiny object, but if I left Tsui there and security got to him, well, you do the math.
Thought it was going to be the object too, but I guess we lost the team, not the payday. Yup. Yeah, that's how it's looking.
So, here's the conundrum. I've got our payday in my satchel. The team is split. It's inevitable that more Triad 49ers are going to find us, but we don't know when or how many. Egret and Honu are holding their own in the loading dock. For now. I can stay with Tsui to help fight off the inevitable wave of Triad 49ers, but we'll be badly outmatched. Like, badly. The odds of survival won't look good for either of us.
That was what we were told at the top. That's true. We do know that the end result of her association with this group was the group was no longer a group. but we don't know if that's the result of this story particularly.
If Egret weren't pinned down in the loading dock, she could probably get the vault door open. But in order to get to her, I'll have to leave Sui alone in the vault. If Zhuyan's reinforcements find Sui before I get back with Egret, well...
She uses her thumb to draw a line across her neck. Choi? Oh. Really? Okay. Yeah, sure, I'll go with that. I have no reason to doubt you. Choi. Okay.
So that's the scenario, Seattle. Not a lot to work with, I know. Now tell me, what should I do?
Stick with Choi, use magical artifacts, take the gamble and go for Egret, cut and run. Ha! Cut and run is the worst. I think it makes more sense to go get Egret, because there's not a guarantee that Honu and Egret will come and check up on the vault once they're free themselves up from being a distraction, right? And if you're just sitting there with Choi, then the both of you get wiped out, as opposed to the chance that you come back with Egret in time. I feel like that's a lot better. Hong Kong director you like named Choi Hawk. Yeah, that's not how I would have guessed that pronunciation would work. I feel like at one point I knew how to transliterate from like English letters into like Chinese sounds, and I guess I don't anymore, or maybe it's just not consistent. Maybe people just don't use pinyin the same way. Every single person who's writing down Chinese and English letters decides to do it differently. But anyway, yeah, I'd have gone for the gamble and gone for Egret.
Could have done that, I guess. Might have worked. Of course, could have gotten Choi gunned down in a vault too. But in retrospect, that wouldn't have been a huge loss.
Wow, Gobbit.
Anyway, that wasn't what I did. I saw what I thought could be a way to save the day, so I went ahead and took it.
Couple of official ways to do it, and they're all kind of weird. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, Gobbit. You had a flash of brilliance. What was your flash of brilliance?
I fished the shiny object out of my bag. I still remember how the Taoist talismans that ringed the thing crinkled in my hands. I remember shrugging, saying, "The hell with it." I put the thing in Choi's bare hands and told him to go nuts. It was almost like Choi had been waiting for me to pass him the thing. He seemed eager to take it. He hugged that chunk of rock to his chest like a newborn baby. Colors swam in the stone and something changed in his eyes. Then old man Zhuyan's 49ers breached the door, and Choi unleashed hell.
She pauses, frowning, stops scratching Folly, and uses the hand to rub her eyes. Finally, she turns back to you. A sour look pinches her features. And by weird, I mean do not do a good job at all of leading native English speakers pronounce things correctly. Yeah, it's some interesting choices for how those characters are used. Like, the sounds that they are trying to evoke definitely don't typically come from the characters that they decide to use in most of those situations. Like, there is probably a more Englishy way to transliterate those syllables. And, for whatever reason, those more Englishy ways are usually not chosen.
What went down in that room? Well, I've only seen that kind of carnage a couple of times in my life, and I've been running the shadows for years. Those triad men were torn to scraps by the end of it. Don't think I'll ever forget the sounds that they made.
Oh. Oh, Gobbit having second thoughts about carnage. She clears her throat.
I spent most of the fight huddled up in the corner for my own safety. What Choi let loose from the stone didn't seem terribly interested in discriminating between friend and foe.
What do you mean? Like, hostile spirits or something?
Something like that. Truth be told, I don't know what they were. Like I said, I was hiding. But he couldn't have done it without the shiny object, not in a million years. Whatever they were, the rock brought them here.
So what happened then? She shrugs.
We waited for things to calm down in the vault, for things to go slithering away. I think that Choi had some limited control over them, which is why they didn't eat us. After they were gone, Choi gave me the shiny object back, I put it in my satchel, and we bailed.
Okay, not into the idea that the shiny object has summoned otherworldly things. That sounds very scary. And you're just gonna hand this to whoever hired you to steal it? That's a lot of power you're giving up. A lot of terrifying power you are putting in the hands of an unknown. Oh well. Choi Hawk is a contemporary colleague of John Woo, so you heard the name in a bunch of docs and features before seeing it written. Oh, I see. Okay, so at least you, that's really interesting. Okay. You came to it the other direction. Yeah, that definitely would be an interesting way to approach it.
We collected the others on the way out. They were blissfully ignorant of what had happened on the other side of that warehouse, and I didn't see a reason to change that. We hightailed it back to the docks and caught the first boat back to the sinking ship. Mission accomplished.
Gobbet looks away again, stares off into space.
From what I'm told, people still avoid Juyan's warehouse like the plague. It's supposed to be haunted, even to this day. People who set foot in the building keep turning up dead. Pretty sure I'm one of the only living people who knows why.
Abruptly, her body language changes.
Anyway, that's it. Lesson's over. If you've got any questions, go ahead.
What am I trying to, like... Trying to make any relation to Anthony joke, but I'm not sure I feel good about it. Oh, yeah. My favorite skateboarder, Anthony Hark. Alright, so, this is a hell of a story, Gobbet, but what am I supposed to be getting out of this?
There was when I started telling it. I thought I was going to tell you to be comfortable with breaking the rules. I don't think I'm going to say that now, though. I'm not feeling it anymore.
Why not? At least your team made it out of this run alive.
He didn't stay that way for long. But let's leave that for next time, huh? I don't want to get into it just now.
Tell me more about the sinking ship. Yes, please.
Yeah, sure. Story's over, so we can get into it. I moved onto the sinking ship when I was just a kid. I think that I was 12, maybe 13 years old at the time. In the beginning, it was just me and a couple of rat shaman friends, Cadmus and Malvina. They were older, but they were always cool to me.
Is it typical for groups of rats to congregate like that? I don't know if that's typical. Raft seems like a funny choice of homes for a bunch of street shamans. Whatever. But I like this question. Like, I guess I don't know anything about networks across shaman. Like, networks across deckers and riggers makes a lot of sense. They're already technically minded. They have the internet. Their rats doesn't seem unreasonable for them to congregate, right? Like, just as a totem, rats are pretty social. So, that makes a fair amount of sense. But I guess we'll find out, right?
Not terribly, no. I mean, we have lodges, same as any other group of shamans. You can usually find a few of us hanging out in those. I guess that there was just something special about our little group. Or maybe about the sinking ship. We liked it. We felt at home there.
Okay, so there is definitely a joke here about rats and sinking ships. And it's kind of... I don't quite have the pieces lined up yet, but it's there. I guess it's like, shouldn't they be fleeing the sinking ship? Is probably like the closest we get to... It's not very funny, is it? It's a little ironic. Alright, I'm gonna say I appreciate the irony of a bunch of rats flocking to a sinking ship. And that's the line I'm going with. Twin Dragons, the Jackie Chan twin movie. Oh, wow. That's cool. Not sure if I've seen that one. I don't think I have. Yeah, the game had not explicitly called it out yet.
Didn't hurt that the sinking ship was well stocked and provisioned when we, found it, either. And don't look at me like that. It was abandoned when we took it.
Abandoned? Was that because it was sinking?
There was a team of Shadowrunners that had lived on the thing before us, but they bid it on a job. Cad and Mal heard the knock of opportunity, and they claimed the raft for Rat in record time. Taking over the sinking ship wasn't an easy job, mind you. The previous owners had installed traps and automated defenses all over the raft. Cad had his hands full with those for a month.
What kind of traps are we talking about here? She shrugs.
The usual stuff. Explosives, pop turrets, that kind of thing. Cad and his sister Yasmin took care of most of it without too much trouble. The biggest problems were the scuttling charges. The runners who built the raft had installed these explosives all along the perimeter that had ripped the bottom out of the thing if it were ever seized by the police. The explosives were tricky to deal with. Cad was able to disarm them, but he had to leave them where they were. It was always just slightly uncomfortable knowing that I was sleeping on top of a couple 100 pounds of dormant explosives.
Yeah, I feel that. She shrugs.
Hey, like I said, it was free. These weren't really even there weren't really even any rules to follow.
Why is this sentence so awkward? The structure of this sentence is there weren't really even any rules to follow. Like, is just a lot. I feel like there should be different word ordering here or different word choice. Whatever, I'll go with it.
There weren't really even any rules to follow, which suited me fine. Malvina was sort of the leader for our little nest, but we never really listened to her. She was always trying to play the mom card and instill a sense of responsibility into us. It was cute. She did have a propensity for getting things done, though. I have to give her that.
Does propensity seem like the kind of word that Gobbet would use? I feel like she would choose a word with fewer syllables, but maybe that's just my impression of Gobbet.
Anyway, after a few months, other people started showing up. Squatters, homeless people, Shadowrunners, assorted crazies. As long as they stayed cool with us, we were cool to them. Eventually, it became a community. Imagine that.
Think you wound up squatting on the Kraken because of your time on the sinking ship? Oh, that's an interesting parallel. You're more comfortable on the water than on land?
I don't know. Maybe. Never really thought about it before, but yeah, maybe.
A corner of her mouth curls upward.
I guess that I'm a water rat now.
Alright, well, we'll come back to this later, I guess.
Of course. Like I said, it's a long story. So, something else you wanted to talk about?
Nope. See you later.
Yeah. Hey, Seattle. Sorry that this lesson wound up getting a little unfocused at the end. I'm not really sure what came over me.
Happens to the best of us.
Well, I still feel bad about it. So look, I'll make you a deal. Your next lesson will definitely be on point, and I'll tell you what it's about up front. No more Q&A sessions. How does that sound?
You know what? If that's how you want to run it, then fine by me. She waves.
Next time.
Once again, a delightful story from Gobbet's past that has made clear absolutely nothing. Very little information of value was gained. Alright, we got some other friends to talk to. Ready to talk to other friends? Hey, Ractor, what's up? How's Kashe doing? We fully upgraded yet?
Ah, my friend. You have done an admirable job. An admirable job indeed. I have already incorporated the technology that you recovered, my stolen tech, into a new chassis that I am fabricating for Koshe.
I now know less than when I started, but we're making record time. You know, and sometimes that's all that matters. Sometimes the fact that the conversation is over is the most important thing. Glad to be of help.
You will be, my friend.
He tips his cigarette. A cone of burning embers tumbles to the ground.
Very glad. Very glad indeed. The next time we take to the field, you can expect to find Koshei's combat effectiveness considerably improved. He has become truly deathless, just as his namesake was in the legends. When he takes damage, he will mend himself before your eyes.
Wow. I am super happy to have an invulnerable tank. Please do that thing so it doesn't have to be me. Can't wait to see it in action.
Nor can I, my friend.
He turns back to the whirring machines that fill his shop, watching their progress with hunger in his eyes.
Nor can I.
Alright, but like, we have a conversation, right? Time to have a conversation? Is it time for a conversation? Like a different conversation? Rachter's shop is curiously silent. Excuse me? As you step down onto the grated metal floor, the sound of your own footsteps reverberates through the echo chamber of the converted engine room.
Welcome back, my friend.
He leans against his desk. Not deck. Different thing.
Is there something I can do for you?
Any thoughts about that last run?
A most wonderful outing. Excellent. I have my research back, my prototypes returned, all thanks to you. I suppose that I could complain of Taylor and Hardingham's absence. I would have greatly enjoyed commanding Koshei to feed them their own entrails. But this is a small matter. I have my research, and I will catch up with them soon enough. Your choice to give away the laser prototype that we discovered confuses me, though. Why did you bother? We didn't owe that other team anything. We were there first, and we were the ones who found the device.
He waves away the thought.
But it doesn't matter. A small thing, my friend, a trifle. The laser is nothing compared to my research. I am in your debt. Now, what else would you have of me?
This conversation line is still here? Weird. Alright, well, now that we're done that, care to pick up where we left off last time? His smile widens. Light gleams off of strong, sharp teeth. Teeth, huh? Not incisors? Lending him a predatory appearance.
If you like, I must confess I have rather enjoyed our talks. It is good to have a sounding board to bounce ideas off of.
Funny, I thought that we were friends.
We are. Please, forgive me if my choice of words has offended you. It was not intentional. I am by nature a solitary creature. I must confess that I sometimes forget how to interact with others.
Koshei scuttles forward, mechanical pedipalps weaving. Its motions are as alien and charged with menace as they've ever been. Rachter glances at the machine and it takes a step back. I made Rachter uncomfortable, so Koshei is ready to kill me. I see where I stand. He returns his attention to you with a smile.
But enough of this maudlin talk. You had questions for me. Go ahead and ask them, please. I will answer whatever I can.
I want to hear more about this drone.
Yes, I had figured that you might. Tell me, have you noticed anything unusual about Koshei in the time that we have worked together?
He seems to react to your moods. He's almost more like an animal than he is a drone. Nothing that I haven't attributed to clever programming and a slightly unhinged designer. I do like this line. I think I want to describe what I'm seeing accurately, rather than go with the, no, I just figured you were good at your job. I think I'd rather point at the thing that is the most obvious rather than just split out rather than just fire off a joke and see where the conversation goes as a result. Like, directing the conversation towards this thing that I think is interesting is probably a better line here. Seems to react to your moves, almost like an animal rather than a drone. He nods, his lips pursed.
Yes, a good observation. Koshei's behavior could be described as animalistic, and for good reason.
And? The drone lowers itself, its killing legs splayed. Ractor looks to the drone, his head cocked. Then he returns his gaze to you.
His behavior is not drone-like because he is not a drone. At least not in a way that you would understand. He is a prosthesis.
Prosthesis? What is he meant to replace?
He isn't meant to replace anything, but he does contain a portion of me, as surely as your brain sits within your skull. We are, in a way, a singular entity in two bodies. Metal and flesh made one.
You're gonna have to explain that one.
Koshei acts as a home for my primal animal impulses, the id, to use Freud's structural model of the psyche. The analytical portions of my mind, the ego and superego, live on in me. They govern the id, and by extension, Koshei's behavior.
That is a very specific splitting off of part of your mental processes.
When we're on a run and I rig into Koshei, I do not command him to attack. Rather, I loosen my grip on his reins and allow him to kill. He wants to hunt, to dominate, to bathe himself in blood. Reproduction would also be a drive if such a thing were possible.
Wow. So I don't want to ask this question. I think I would just rather not ask this question. How could a drone have these sorts of instincts?
He doesn't. They are my instincts, streamed into him on a continual basis. They lend him a semblance of life, albeit one driven entirely by my reptile brain. If this stream were interrupted, by my death, say, or a malfunctioning data jack, Koshei would fall as lifeless as any other machine. But, barring such an interruption, he will remain a part of me. One day, perhaps I will perfect him, and a part of me will live on in his chassis after the meat of my body dies. But for now, I am satisfied to live with him as a combined entity. Man and machine, joined through a form of neural parabiosis into a single being. A beautiful first step into a post-human future.
I guess that if I have to know a mad scientist, I'm glad that he's on my side. This is weird. Like, I agree with this is weird. It's probably dangerous. But I'm more interested in this is weird but cool, as opposed to this is weird, please stop. Glad you're on my side. He snickers.
Well said, my friend. And the feeling is mutual. If I must associate with violent criminals, I suppose that I am happy to call them friends.
Oh, I want to ask all of these questions. I want to ask literally all of them. I guess the essence thing is probably the one I'm most interested in. But the drone thing is second. And then, you know, Ractor being difficult at social interaction. Like, whatever. We're all autistic in some way or another. Tell me about the essence thing.
I could do that. I have already shared quite a lot with you, and you haven't run off screaming. A good sign, I should think.
He studies your face, peering at you through the gloom.
But tell me, Deliver, are you certain that you want to know? Some secrets are less pleasant than others. You might prefer to leave this stone unturned.
I don't run from things because they're unpleasant. That's accurate.
Very good. There are things that you don't know about me, my friend. Important things.
No, my dude, I already know you're a vampire. That's really not going to be the bomb that you think it is. What kind of things?
For one, I am not, how to put it, whole.
Emotionally, you mean? Mentally? Ractor is not, as one might put it, all there. No, just explain. I'm not gonna lead him in one direction or another.
There was an accident when I was young. A shop accident. I barely survived it. I am very heavily cybered, my friend. You wouldn't know it because I keep my enhancements hidden. Others have found them disturbing in the past.
What sort of enhancements are we talking about? He uses the edge of his hand to trace a line across his hips.
Everything below the mid-pelvis is replacement material. That's where I was sheared in half, you see.
Sheared in half, you say? That's a hell of an experience.
It's a miracle that I survived the experience. The blood loss alone should have killed me. But here I am, alive and well. Greatly improved, in point of fact.
You lost everything below the hips?
Yes. A traumatic loss, to be sure. But not so terrible as you might think. By every conceivable measure, I have been improved since the time of the accident. I am more than I was before, not less.
This puts a little bit into perspective about him shunting his reproductive urges to the drone. Alright, well, how about instead of enforcing my viewpoint on him, I ask him about his experience? He taps his temple with a finger.
The doctors installed stimulus generators in my brain when they repaired me. With these, I can mimic the full range of sensations that the human body is capable of producing.
The prosthesis. Yeah, right? What is he meant to replace? I think we have an answer.
Imagine the ramifications of such a thing. The things that you could do. The things that you could experience. The implications for operant conditioning alone are staggering.
Excuse me? Operant conditioning? This feels like a phrase that I should be able to recognize. Mimic the full range of sensations that the human body is capable of producing. So you could just generate stimulus if you wanted, instead of it being like an actual real-world thing that you're experiencing, you could just virtual experience it. Is, I think, what he's saying.
And so, yes, I have lost the entire lower half of my body. The full ramifications of such a loss are obvious. But in return, I have gained so much more. At will, I can goad my brain into producing whatever sensation I wish. I can poke at the wiring of my own consciousness, and I can reroute that wiring as I see fit.
Well, given my only choice is this one, this is the one I will click. What does that have to do with the essence limit? He spreads his arms.
Look at me, the liver. I have a shred of essence left in me, and only barely that. But I suffer none of the ill effects associated with traumatic essence loss.
That isn't possible. I mean, look at him. How can that be?
A quirk of psychology, long viewed as an illness, but never properly understood. What I now understand to be an evolutionary adaptation to a post-human future. We will conquer the essence limit given time. Natural selection will see to it, and I am the proof.
Oh. So, you've got some mutation / brain damage, and it means that essence poisoning doesn't affect you. Rad. Okay. I definitely have more questions that I want to ask, but we'll take a break first. We've been going for about an hour, which, you know, at this point is pretty common for a break time, so I'm going to do that thing. I'll leave you folks with some music while I am gone. If you're looking for something to do, you can always check out my Twitter or Discord, and I'll be back in a bit. All right, I am back. Thank you for your patience, folks. Let's pause the music and get back into the game, shall we? So, in the middle of a conversation with Raptor, I still don't understand what he's saying here. Like, something is weird about him. But it's not clear what the weird thing is. Just that, for him, the essence limit isn't really a thing. And then his implication is, this could be the case for everybody, as long as everybody has this particular quirk of psychology. Long viewed as an illness, but never properly understood. Without any, like... Is he talking about some, like... disability? Like, somehow dyslexia makes you, you know, immune to the essence limit or something? I guess they are deliberately not being specific because they probably don't want any people who are suffering from whatever, well, suffering, any people who have whatever the thing is to be like, how dare you? Sociopathy, maybe. Yeah, it's remarkably unclear here. Remarkably unclear. Alright, you want to talk about the stimulus generators? The more machine you have, the less magic you can do. It's true. That is related, but I think not the point. Let's talk about stimulus generators.
The technology is rather akin to SimSense, but considerably more powerful and flexible. Most SimSense experiences, those found in BTL chips, for example, are structured around basic narratives that provide their users with context. But if you strip away the veneer of escapist fantasy, what you have left is an extremely powerful toolkit. You mentioned operant conditioning before. Have you tried that? Reprogramming yourself? Oh, yes. In my position, wouldn't you? Quite a handy thing to be able to rewire the brain's responses to external stimulus. If you could make nutrient paste taste like seared foie gras, wouldn't you? And the devices have proven equally useful in curbing bad habits. I could be quite impulsive before the accident, but I have since taken steps to dissuade myself from rash action. All that being said, I must be careful not to overstep my bounds. Reprogramming the brain is a risky endeavor, however great the temptation might be. Any idea where I can get myself a set of those things? No, we're going cyber free. I'm keeping my essence right where it is, thank you. Have you heard of anyone else who's gotten these implants? I know of a handful of other recipients. From what I've heard, the others were all driven quite mad. To be handled control over the inner workings of one's own brain is a tremendous responsibility. He shrugs. Perhaps the others were less well equipped to handle it than I am. Or maybe they've driven you insane too. Maybe you're already insane, just in a high-functioning way. Last thing I need is you wigging out on me. I think if any damage were going to happen to Raptor, it would have already happened. Have you considered the possibility? Of course. Considered and rejected. The corner of his mouth curls into a wry smile. Granted, I could be wrong about that. Perhaps I am mad. But then, what would that say about you and your willingness to associate with me? I mean, I hang out with Gobbet. I hang out with Gaichu. You being insane is not going to be the blocker that it might otherwise be. It's a lot to digest is accurate. But, like, if I can keep digging, maybe I keep digging.
I know that there's more to the story than this.
There is, my friend. But nothing that can't wait till tomorrow. You have a lot to process, I'm sure, and I would like the remainder of the evening to myself. But if you come back later, I will finish the tale.
Sure, we'll talk tomorrow. Alright, well, I guess we now know a little bit more about Ractor and his journey. And wow, what a journey he's been on. So what's up with Gaichu today? The cabin is silent, aside from the occasional swish of air as Gaichu steps through sword forms. He holds each stance for a few seconds, practicing a given swing a few times before switching to the next. Hello, the lover. A single bead of sweat rolls down Gaichu's temple as he holds his position. After a few moments, he shifts to a relaxed stance, starting the form again. Pardon me for continuing my exercises. I feel that I have been letting them slip of late. Worried that you're getting rusty? No, that's not quite it. Rather, I wish to learn to bring my enhanced strength and speed to bear. In order to do so, I must ensure that my blindness does not hinder me. Perfection is a journey, not a destination. Gaichu lifts his sword, offering it edge first toward you. Do you see that edge? Forged by one of the finest swordsmiths in modern Japan. Diamond-coated, capable of cutting even the most hardened ceramic armors. But what good is a sharpened edge without the precision to apply it? When I was still a man, I could have cut a single pea in half with my eyes closed. Oddly, after becoming blind, I cannot replicate this feat. Running the back of a claw along the blade's surface, Gaichu smiles thinly. I think soon I will be able to perform this feat again. I simply have to train my body to ignore the senses that it no longer has, and pay attention to the new ones. Now, what is it that you'd like to discuss? What would I like to discuss? I guess let's start with thoughts about the last run. A good run, I think. Unexpected complications, perhaps, but all told we were quite successful. With any luck, the Red Dragon will be paid a visit by knight-errant security, and soon. Despite the other team, we sowed enough chaos that I doubt that Ares will realize our deception. I think giving the other Shadowrunners the laser may have been the wisest course of action. In the long run. It's a weird comma. The shadows do not forget favors like that, and help in a time of difficulty is often the difference between life and death. Besides, I doubt we needed another weapon. We are quite effective as is. That's for sure true. We can rip up some people. Is there anything else I can do for you? Has it been difficult to learn to fight while blind? It is not the easiest thing I have attempted, but neither is it the hardest. Placing his sword off to one side, Gaichu turns to face you. Emptiness is form, is one of the great lessons of the Hagakure. Train sufficiently, and both swordsmanship and obedience will come instinctively. That is the closest to perfection a man can attain. I don't think I get it. I don't put a whole lot of stock in being obedient. Gaichu feigns surprise. A lawless Shadowrunner having problems with authority? My goodness. I never would have guessed such a thing to be the case. When I was new to the unit, I thought that to be a good samurai was the ultimate goal. That to serve justly, with dedication, was the greatest honor a warrior could have. We were all young and foolish once, I suppose. So what changed your mind? Beyond my disease. There was a fight in Fukuoka. My former team ambushed me. It had a singular effect on my worldview. We were taught that we were superior to everyone, that since we were pure humans and Japanese, we would always win. I believe that most never questioned the validity of this claim, even when confronted with direct evidence to the contrary. Well, I guess tell me about that. Sarcasm to... Yes, yes. Gaichu is allowed to have a sense of humor, even if that is strictly sarcasm.
Very well.
Gaichu draws his nails over his scalp, sighing.
My time in Fukuoka was tense. Since leaving Keihanshin, I had been careful to stay out of sight by moving on foot or in the back of automated delivery vans. I was running out of food, however, and I needed to be in a city for that. Fukuoka was just big enough to get lost in, but not so large that a ghoul sighting could go unnoticed. I hid in abandoned buildings and stormed drainage systems, and for 2 weeks I managed to stay hidden. The strain of having to constantly move was wearing on me, however. I made a mistake.
What happened?
I had to get out of Japan, but all of my contacts in Fukuoka had come up empty-handed when I asked for a way to China. I was running low on money, and I could feel the team catching up with me. A contact of mine in Kumamoto owed me a favor, and arranged passage for me if I could reach the city in 48 hours.
Gaichu closes his eyes, resting his face in one palm.
If I had taken my time, I could have made it to Kumamoto without incident, but I let caution slip when I got his email. I thought that if I disguised myself, I could take the train there, get out before my unit got any closer to finding me. I still don't know how they found me. Magical tracking, perhaps, or simply a well-developed spy network. Regardless, they found me. They were waiting for me at Hakata Station. It was an ambush.
It's a very public place for an ambush.
It is. I suspect their orders were clear, however. Do whatever it takes to kill me. Civilians expendable. For units like the Red Samurai, ordinary laws do not apply. The mission's success is the only concern. I had taken steps to disguise myself as best as I could, relying on the sheer number of people to conceal my presence. I suspected that the team might attack while I was in public, but I didn't realize just how expendable the civilians were. When they blew the C4 charges over the station's western entrance just to box me in, I realized how much I had underestimated them. I assumed that a train had derailed, honestly, but then I smelled the telltale acrid vapor of the explosives.
Gaichu wrinkles his nose at the memory.
Once you smell it, you never forget. The plastic explosive that we used has a particularly sharp odor, like old cheese. Something to do with an olfactory taggant added to help track if it's stolen.
I guess he was fairly important to have ranked high enough that not only his old team was sent to get him, but also that going that loud was acceptable as long as the mission succeeded. Like, I get that they'd want to put him down after he became a ghoul. Like, everybody wants to put ghouls down, and I suspect with Japanese racism at the forefront, they're gonna be even more gung-ho about putting him down. But, like, I'm surprised he ranked that highly on their list of priorities.
I remember stumbling through the dust and debris, trying to find my way to the rail platforms. They attacked from all sides, using the confusion to strike at once. I could hear Ishida and Takagawa behind me. Aomori and Sasaki charged out of an access corridor just ahead of where I'd been standing. Sasaki threw a firewall down behind me, cutting off retreat, while Aomori started firing.
Sounds like you didn't have much choice but to defend yourself. Gaichu nods, lips pursed.
Yes, that is so. Training took over. I knew I had to survive, and I wasn't thinking of anything but survival. So I charged Sasaki and Aomori. They were only 15 meters away from me. The only advantage I had was that they were as blinded by the dust as I was, but I could still hear and smell them. Sasaki threw a lightning bolt at me, but I managed to roll under it. As I came up, Aomori's light machine gun was swiveling down. I felt time stretch out as I stared down the barrel. I caught Aomori in the throat with the tip of my sword. It was a maneuver I'd practiced hundreds of times before. There was no resistance as I cut through his trachea,
and he fell as I rolled to the side. I could hear him choking for breath as he dropped.
Gaichu exhales a humorless laugh, shakes his head.
Strange to think how clear that memory is, even now.
That kind of thing will stick with you. Gaichu snorts, waving a hand dismissively.
Spare me the tu nuyen psychiatry. Obviously, what you say is true, but the memory sticks with me so strongly for another reason. It was in that strike that I realized who I truly was. My whole time with the Red Samurai, I had focused on ensuring that I was worthy of the team. Everyone felt that way, but I felt it more acutely than most. I've always wanted to be the best, the fastest, the most precise. In the Red Samurai, I felt that to be less than perfect would be to let the team down. We were always told how lucky we were to have been accepted into the unit. The moment my sword struck Aomori, I knew that I would survive the fight. They attacked me as they would an animal. They seemed to be counting on hurting me into Takagawa and Ishida. Aomori didn't even try to get out of the way of my sword strike. I recall his eyes going wide. He looked surprised that I was using a weapon, not my claws.
They underestimated you. Gaichu nods sharply.
They thought they were fighting a beast. I would never have underestimated them as they did me. All the lessons I taught them about close combat thrown out the window as soon as their preconceptions entered the battlefield. Disgraceful. As I killed Aomori, I realized that it was not I that was unworthy of the Red Samurai, but that they were unworthy of me.
Wow. That's a hell of a conclusion to come to. Like, he's not wrong. Especially in this situation. Like, at this point, he would have already shown that he was still sapient, that he was still thinking, that he was still kind of the person that he used to be. But for them to come in and just think, oh, he's a ghoul, he's a beast, like, yeah, that's kind of disappointing from his perspective. Even from my perspective, that's kind of disappointing. Like, they should have known better. They should have treated him with the same respect that they had treated him in the past. Which maybe would have meant that they wouldn't have attacked in that situation? That they would have tried some other overture? But yeah. No, I totally get it. I totally get it here.
What did it mean that I, an infected monster that was less than a beast, could still defeat the finest soldiers in the world? Red Samurai doctrine taught Aomori and the others not to fear me, and this overconfidence would be their death. I realized I had progressed beyond their ability to understand. My sword was as accurate as ever, but they could not account for it due to ideological blindness.
Yep, I agree. It's the danger of letting ideology overrule facts.
Precisely. All those years I was worried I wasn't good enough to be a member of the Red Samurai, that somehow they had been pulling my weight. But I had been blind to all of the ways in which we weren't training, or had avoided the harsh truths about our own abilities. We were so often told of our own excellence that I wonder if we had ever truly been tested. Sasaki was the next to fall. As I turned away from Aomori, I realized she must have seen me strike him. Her eyes were wide, and I could feel her fear and anger as she tried to summon another spell. She seemed caught between healing Aomori and attacking me.
Gaichu taps himself on the forehead, just above his right eye.
It was there, on Sasaki. A downward stroke, from Jodan's stance. She had hesitated, just as Aomori had. I felt the breath go out of her, like someone had deflated a tire. She just slid down into a pile. I think she was trying to ask me how, when I ran.
Did you stay and fight? You just said ran. What about Ishida and Takagawa?
My goal was survival, not victory. Takagawa was too far away, and I didn't see Ishida, I only smelled him.
I thought you were blind? Maybe C is doing some interesting work in this sentence. Maybe C is overloaded for you? I don't know. That's a weird way to phrase it.
So I ran. The trains had been shut down due to the explosion, but as long as I could get out of Hakata Station, I knew I could escape. They didn't follow me out into the city proper. From what I heard via the Matrix, the event was reported as a terrorist attack that was thwarted by brave Renraku soldiers.
Gaichu snorts, lips curling downward. Brave, foolish soldiers. Are they still hunting you? Ah. Gaichu does not answer immediately. He seems uneasy with the question, fidgeting with his fingers. I am unsure why that would make a difference. Can you explain what you're driving at? The unit's down 3 members. Why not give up on you? Ah, I see. I think your mistake is in seeing this from a practical perspective. The problem is emotional, not mechanical. Folding his arms over his chest, Gaichu continues to explain. The nature of Red Samurai assignments is such that losses are generally 0, or the entire team. In those rare cases when Red Samurai teams suffer partial losses, the remnants of the impacted teams are shuffled together and undergo retraining. Sasaki and Aomori will undoubtedly be replaced. The problem is that I cannot be replaced. Simply put, I am not dead. Ordinarily, a missing Red Samurai would be considered dead for purposes of reorganizing teams, but Renraku knows precisely what's happened to me. What's more, my failure to do my duty reflects badly on the unit. Others will undoubtedly resist joining my former squad as it has been tainted. So until they kill you, nobody wants to join their club? Gaichu nods his assent. That is a strange way to organize a military unit. Yes, that is the case. They cannot move forward and rebuild the core of the unit unless I die, both because of their own expectations and the stain on their honor. Even if they accepted my decision, the rest of the Red Samurai would not. That's really weird. I don't think I understand. I mean, I get that I just have to accept, but it just seems weirdly put together. Like, why not disband that unit and put them in a different unit, as opposed to trying to replace the people that died? Like, why not? If they think of Gaichu as not dead, then why not just keep Gaichu in the team? Was his being a ghoul something that, like, it feels like they've come on, they're trying to have it both ways, and I don't understand how they can just double think that way. But maybe that's a result of the ideology stuff. They have hunted me in Japan, Shanghai, and Beijing. Now I am certain they hunt me here in Hong Kong. The cycle will continue endlessly for the foreseeable future. Such is the way of things. You sound as trapped in the past as they are. What do you mean by that? They've been hunting me. I'm simply trying to make a new life for myself. I fail to see how this is my doing. You're simply letting them come after you. Take the fight to them. Gaichu pulls back as if you've slapped him. What do you suggest? That I hunt them down while they sleep and murder them in cold blood? Okay, this is not to say that this is a very pushy way of phrasing it. I think this is closer to what I'm thinking here, but maybe this is a better question. Like, the question is, why are they still alive? Right? Not why are they still hunting you, but like, why haven't you won yet? I think your sentimentality has left you unable to finish them off. Ah, yes. Because I am such a weak-willed soldier of fortune that I cannot bear the idea of killing the last vestiges of my old life. His tone is mocking as he spits his next words. Certainly, that is more likely than the battle simply not going in my favor. Avoiding an all-or-nothing confrontation. I mean, I would avoid an all-or-nothing confrontation. Why trap myself in there? If it's not going to go my way, peace out. Hit the bricks. I told you. My goal was to survive, not to destroy the team. Your insistence on not remembering things that I have told you can be tiresome, the lever. You've always chosen short-term survival over ending the threat. You wouldn't treat any other enemy that way. Is that true? I'm not sure that's true. Oh, that is true. That's definitely not how he approached the elders. Like, he was on... Well, no, he was about protecting his rep. But he still wasn't going to just back off from them, right? Like, he was still looking for more ways to approach. Not just giving up in order to ensure his short-term survival. Gaichu narrows his eyes, inhaling sharply through his nose. There is a long pause before he speaks. There is some truth to what you say. Were they members of an Ares Firewatch team, I would have attempted to eliminate them some time ago. I seek to perfect myself, my skills, and my abilities in combat. Perhaps this is not the path I would have walked when I was younger. But I have been a soldier for so long that I cannot imagine devoting myself to any other trade. This does not mean I am tied inextricably to my unit. It simply means I am shaped by my history, as are we all. I appreciate your concern about my history and my unit, but I assure you, I am doing all right. I must learn to adapt to my new condition and lifestyle on my own. The time will come when they find me in Hong Kong. And what are you gonna do about it when they find you? I am unsure. You've given me a great deal to consider, and I don't mean that lightly. There are several actions and possible outcomes I foresee. I could, as I have before, relocate to another city. Flee Hong Kong, travel to somewhere further afield. Lagos, perhaps, or Montreal. Would have to be someplace where Renraku's influence was minimal, and where the unit's presence would be immediately noticeable. This has been my plan of action in the past. I could also keep a low profile, staying here. Hope that they're unable to find precisely where I am hiding. Undoubtedly, Ishida would command the team to keep looking. I believe it would only be a matter of time before they found me, but if it were a sufficiently long time, they might be recalled. I could also confront them, draw them out into the open at a time and place of my choosing. They're nothing if not predictable in their efforts to follow Red Samurai operational doctrine. That plan could succeed, but it could also put you and the civilians at risk, and I am unsure how I would draw them out in the first place. You need to find a way to fight them. Gaichu sighs, shoulders slumping a little. I am unsure if that is the wisest course of action. Gonna need to think about this a great deal. Please, let me think on this. I'll have an answer later. That was apparently a bigger deal than I expected. Like, yeah, some sentimentality about his old team I understand. But refusing to kill them? Which it sounds like where he's at? Like, he knows he's better than them. And he hasn't avoided confrontation with people before. I don't think. Like, I would expect him... What would I expect from Gaichu? I guess the only real clear example I have of Gaichu's actions in the past were his interactions with the elders at Whampoa. And, you know, when they started trying to kill him, he didn't just run off. He took the battle to them in a way that was situationally better for him. So I guess that's what I would expect him to do if this team comes running for him. Instead of just bolting, like, fight them in a way that is better suited to you. Don't let them dictate the battlefield and everything. And why don't you do that? I guess it is just sentimentality. I guess he needed to be prodded about it. Well, this sounds like the kind of thing that may eventually result in another mission for us. So I'm on board. In the meantime, let's nap. Yet another awful dream. I'm wondering if maybe I should be having less dreams. You wake with a start. Once again, you're tangled in your sheets, drenched in sweat. Your throat feels like it's on fire. You can't remember what your dreams were about, not precisely. But again, you feel that yearning sensation, the emptiness in your gut and in your chest. Your head throbbing, you heave yourself out of bed. Not particularly restful, these dreams. But hey, it's now tomorrow. Who wanted to talk to me tomorrow? Isabel? I think I ate something that was off. Still can't get used to the food here. Oh. Well, that's not what I was expecting. Is it tomorrow now? Oh, boy. As you step into Isabel's cabin, she turns to face you. The desk that she's been working at is a mess. Food wrappers and computer expansion cards lie together in a heap. Isabel herself doesn't look much better. Her eyes are badly bloodshot, and her lips have been drawn into a deep frown. You're back. Hey. She shoves a box of assorted mounting screws aside with her foot. What do you need? How you holding up? Not great. I'll manage. Don't clam up on me. Tell me what's going on. When I unlocked these old memories, I told you that they were crystal clear, right? Every detail was perfect. It's still that way. And I think that it'll always be that way. Why? Because they've been stored as data in an archival format. They're never going to fade. They'll never grow less intense with time. It's like having an eidetic memory. I'm stuck with a perfect record of every shitty thing that I saw and felt during my childhood in hell. It's not an easy thing to live with. I'll throw her a bone here. If the memories were this painful for you, we can lock them away again after all this is over. That's what I'm hanging on to. The fact that I can ditch my childhood again and forget the things that I saw. All the more reason to get through this business with the walled city quickly. And speaking of which, if you wanted to ask me questions about that place, you can go ahead. I think I've had enough time to process what's in my head. I should be able to give you some answers. Not all the answers, mind you, but something. Well, first, any thoughts about that last run? I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. Mostly because with Ares, the alternative is leaving in a body bag. Especially when you're stealing a prototype laser. Good pay for a good night's work. That's what this business is all about. You can walk away and get paid. It's been a good job. I kinda wish we'd kept that laser, because hey, it's a laser. That's awesome. But you did the decent thing, really. You helped those runners out, let them keep their rep. Both of us could get paid. That's a good quality in a team leader, and I'm glad I've got you running the show. Anything else? Well, the time has come to talk about the Walled City. Go on, ask me a question. I'm ready. How did you get out of there when you were a kid? How did you escape? She heaves a sigh. Gobbet let me out. Really? She must have been, what, 9 years old? Something like that. Go ahead and ask her about it if you want. I'm sure that she'll be happy to brag about it. But I think that we have more pressing matters to discuss. Apparently we don't. I have another question about the Walled City? I don't have another question about the Walled City. Alright, I gotta go. Good. Because I've had enough for one day. I'm tired. Reliving this stuff is exhausting. Come back later if you want. I'll have had more time to unpack this stuff by then. But until then, please give me some space. So I should ask Gobbet about this? Could do that. Gobbet glances up at the sound of your approach. A slight smile crosses her face. Hey, pal. She puts her hands on her hips, sending Madness scurrying. Are you ready for your next lesson? In a bit. I wanted to ask you something else first.
Yeah?
She flips a tangled rope of hair back over her shoulder.
Go ahead then. If you need to ask, ask.
Question about Isabel.
Oh, yeah? Well, sure then. Ask away.
She told me that when you led her out of the walled city... Oh. She told me that you led her out of the walled city when you were kids. Care to fill in the details on that?
Yeah? I guess I'm not surprised. Iz has never been big on padding a story with unnecessary detail.
Whereas Gobbet, absolutely happy to pad a story with unnecessary detail. That is a thing that we have learned to be true already. Want to tell your side of the story? Seems that I've got a vested interest in the walled city these days.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll share.
She taps her chin thoughtfully.
To start, I guess you're gonna need to know what the walled city was like when me and Iz were kids. She didn't tell you anything about that, did she?
She wasn't big on volunteering unnecessary information.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
She reaches down, absent-mindedly strokes Madness's silky coat. The rat chirps happily at her caress.
Well, for starters, you should probably know that the walled city wasn't always as bad as it is now. It was always dangerous, but 10 years ago it was just a run-of-the-mill slum. Still safe enough that walking in didn't qualify as a suicide attempt.
Okay. Was in the walled city earlier, I wasn't impressed. I don't know, it was pretty bad. Keep going.
Back then, I used to play in the walled city. Rat would lead me into all of the nooks and crannies that grown-ups were too big to fit through. There was this other young shaman in there that I used to play with. His name was Happy or Lucky or something like that. He followed Pig. Nice guy. Good card player.
He's definitely dead now.
Obviously, none of this was a good idea. A teenage girl going into the walled city by herself. That's a recipe for disaster.
Wait a minute, teenage? I thought you were like 9. Okay, whatever.
I didn't realize any of this at the time, though. I loved playing in the cities and in the alleys and crawl spaces of the walled city. It was fun.
Was that how you met Isabel?
Yep. Inside the wall, there are these districts. You were in one earlier when Cheng sent you after Strangler Bao. The Lotus Den.
How many districts are there?
A lot. Some of them aren't much bigger than an apartment building. You'd be surprised how many people you can cram into a single room when you have to. Isabel and her family lived in the Mansion District. It's a sort of holding pen for refugees from the Middle East and Africa. Basically anyone who isn't Asian, European, or goblinoid. It's less pleasant than it sounds.
No goblinoids? Why not?
No. People like us get their own districts in the walled city, regardless of their country of origin. Nice, cushy places on the outer perimeter of the wall. Turns out there are advantages to being big and strong, especially when everyone around you is too malnourished to fight back. Of course, the residents of the goblinoid districts all share a metatype or two. They've got something in common, a set of shared experiences to tie them together. Not so in the Mansion District. The only things that those people had in common was their skin color, and the fact that they were living in crushing poverty. There wasn't even a common language for them to speak. It was a pretty rough place. Lots of infighting, lots of gang-on-gang violence. People did band together for protection, but there wasn't a lot of hope. Everyone lived in fear of being sent deeper into the slum, toward the center. When you start getting dragged in that direction, you don't come back.
Reminds me of life in the Barrens. How bad was the Barrens? Sounds like a charming place.
Yeah, charming. That's where I met Isabel. Wasn't long before we were friends. She was interesting. I think that's why I let her latch onto me. The girl was smart and savvy, but cripplingly shy. She didn't belong in the walled city. No one really does. But with her, it was painfully obvious. She was like a little mouse crammed into a box full of weasels. It was only a matter of time before somebody snapped her up.
So what happened?
Rat happened. She came to me in a dream, showed me that whatever was going bad in the walled city was getting worse. The whole place was rotting from the inside out, choking in bad chi and lost hope. I decided to go inside one more time. If I found Isabel, I'd offer to lead her out. If I didn't, well...
I get it. You don't have to explain yourself.
Thanks. It isn't pleasant to think about, especially considering what a shithole the walled city is now. The truth of the matter is, if I hadn't pulled Isabel out of there, she'd probably be dead by now.
I get it. Someone did the same for me in Gun Show once. She nods.
Yeah, I knew that you'd get it. And I did bump into her, and she did follow me, and Rat got us both out safe. So there you have it. Happy endings all around.
What about Isabel's family? She said they were still in the walled city.
You think that I didn't want to?
She sweeps a loose strand of hair out of her eyes.
Look, it was going to be dangerous enough to get Isabel out on her own. Dragging a whole family out with her would have been impossible.
Why?
Because they weren't like me and Iz. They hadn't grown up on the streets. They were upper-class people back in Somalia before they emigrated to Hong Kong. They were hopelessly out of their element. Even if I had managed to find them, they probably would have done something stupid and gotten us killed.
Well, I suppose I can stop poking at her and approve of her expediency. You made the right choice.
Damn right I did. Even if I'd managed to convince them to come with us, they would have gotten caught. The Yellow Lotus would have kidnapped them if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, the thrill gangs or the organ leggers might have gotten them. It wasn't worth the risk to even try.
She sniffs.
Besides which, Isabel didn't want to bring her family. She wanted to get away from them as much as she did from the walled city. Never could get her to tell me why.
Oh, sounds like more questions I have to ask Isabel. Alright, what about the other people who stayed behind?
They went bad. Crazy. That pig shaman that I knew wound up going full-on toxic. It was horrifying. He burned himself out in an orgy of blood.
She shudders.
Nasty business, not for me.
Toxic, what does that mean?
When a shaman goes toxic, he goes bad. It's like if you invert the usual meaning of a totem, that's what a toxic shaman does. Dog shamans are loyal and friendly, like all good dogs are. A toxic dog shaman is rabid. They're both dog, but they're different aspects of dog. Get it?
Yeah, sure. And your pig shaman friend went toxic?
That's what I heard. Look, aren't I a shaman? Shouldn't I know this about toxic?
But I guess I, the player, wouldn't necessarily know, regardless of whether I, the shaman, would. So an explanation is a good idea.
That's what I heard. You don't want to know what happened to him, what he became. It was pretty bad at the end, before the locals overwhelmed him. A lot of people died.
Alright, let's talk about something else, I guess.
Sure, ask away. I'm all ears.
Guess I'm ready for my next lesson.
Right, good.
We get a lot of Gobbit time this stream. Alright, Gobbit, what you got for me?
This one is about people like Auntie Chang and why we need them. There won't be a Q&A session after this story, but I want you to listen up. It's important.
I'm all ears.
Alright, so here's the upfront lesson. Fixers are important. You can't just go to a Johnson yourself and get a job. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. It's a bad idea all around.
You want to tell me why? I mean, isn't that what the story is about? You're giving someone a cut of the profits for no reason. She shakes her head.
No, Seattle. Not for no reason. Auntie Chang and people like her serve a purpose. You get a job from her, and you can trust that she's vetted the client. That's important. It protects the whole team.
She takes in a breath, lets it out slowly.
You remember the lesson from last time? The one about Choi and the shiny object?
How could I forget?
Well, after the run was over, we went back to the sinking ship for some R&R. Choi had told us that the client would be sending a boat to collect the shiny object in the morning. All we had to do was keep the thing safe until the handoff. We were in a celebratory mood. We'd killed an evil wizard and stolen a priceless artifact. A good night's work by anyone's standards. Honu and Egret got good and drunk in record time. Choi went back to his cabin with the shiny object to, I don't know, stare at it for a while or something. I retired to my cabin and crashed out. It'd been a long night. I remember waking up to sounds. Yelling, maybe? I was groggy. They were far away. I couldn't quite make them out. The clock said 4:30 a.m. People were always partying on the raft, playing loud music, shooting off fireworks, that kind of thing. So loud noises early in the morning weren't unusual, but something felt off somehow.
Used to get that every now and again in the Barrens. I learned to listen to it. Wow, I have so many options about talking, like half, maybe like maybe 2/3 of my dialogue options are like, oh yeah, back in the Barrens, etc., etc. Kind of want to avoid those on principle. All right, that's your subconscious trying to warn you of something. She nods.
Yeah. It's a lot like a panic attack, really. That full body certainty that something is wrong. So I got up to investigate. If something was wrong, I wanted to know. And if it wasn't, I figured that I might as well get in on the party. I stepped out into the hallway and my foot slipped. Came down hard, landed on my ass. Found myself sitting in a pool of blood.
Wow, that's not good. She shakes her head, grimacing.
No, it was pretty bad. So it was pretty obvious by this point that something had gone horribly wrong. My first thought was that the shiny object might have, unleashed something. After what I saw it do in that warehouse, I wouldn't have been surprised. I shook that off pretty quick, though. I knew what this was. Our client was playing us. He'd hired us to steal the thing, and rather than paying us for the job, he'd sent another team to take it away.
Wouldn't you have to pay the other team? That's... How many layers does this go? So what'd you do?
I got up and beeline for Malvina's cabin. She was the closest thing that the sinking ship had to a leader, and the strongest rat shaman on the raft.
Why go to her? Why not head straight to Choi's cabin? She stares at you blankly.
Because I'm not an idiot. Sorry, that wasn't aimed at you, but think about it for a second. If there was a retrieval team coming for the shiny object, and they were strong enough to handle Choi while he was holding it, what chance would I have of stopping them? I figured that it was time to bring out the big guns. Malvina was the one whom I could get them from. I passed some pretty bad stuff on my way down to Malvina's cabin. It was old man Julian's vault all over again. The torn up bodies, the blood-streaked floors. I saw people who'd been cut apart with machetes. Scorch marks on the container walls.
She bites her lip, grimacing at the unpleasant memories stewing in her head.
Deep down in the pit of my gut, I could feel the thrumming vibration of the shiny object. That heartbeat feeling that I had in the warehouse. It was back, and stronger than ever. Whatever that rock was, it was awake.
That'd be my cue to bail out. I'm not a bailing kind of guy. Hanging on to that thing was a bad idea. Yeah, probably.
Hey, I didn't like being close to the thing either, but it was our payday for a job. We didn't have a choice. We had to hold it. I sprinted down the last stretch of corridor to Malvina's cabin. I can't tell you what a relief it was to put my shoulder into the door, to feel it pop open and to go tumbling into that room. And then somebody smashed a gun in my face. It was Cadmus. My friend. He jammed the muzzle of his Super Warhawk into my cheek so hard it hurt, then grabbed me by the belt with his other hand. I wasn't going anywhere. Just over his shoulder I saw Malvina. She didn't look amused.
As long as the money's still spent. Yeah, as long as you live long enough to get to the money, really. This does not sound good. Some friends. Did they think you were in on the attack somehow?
Yeah. Only it wasn't an attack. Our client had nothing to do with it. Turns out there was no client. Choi had lied to us. And by helping to steal the shiny object, I'd unwillingly given him what he needed to foment a mutiny.
Wow, okay, this went in a wildly different direction than I expected. Choi wanted to take over the sinking raft, that seems like a silly thing to want. But okay. She pauses for a moment, gathers her rats in her hands, and lifts them to her shoulders. They scurry over the leather of her coat and disappear into her hair.
As it turns out, betrayal hurts, Seattle. Malvina felt it, and I felt it too. Choi had been a friend. I'd just risked my life to save his, like 4 hours ago. And he tricked me into helping him do something unthinkable.
Why do you think he did it? This is what's bugging me too. Why do you think he did it? All of this over a heap of junk floating in a bay?
I don't know. Maybe he'd gone toxic. Maybe he got ambitious and wanted to be the king of our little aquatic hill. He didn't discuss it with me first or anything. I'd be willing to bet that something had gone rotten in Choi long before we ever met. He was pretty damn good at hiding it.
Maybe there wasn't a good reason. People do things terrible every day. It's true.
Yeah, they do. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter why Choi did what he did. All that matters is that he did it.
I'd have killed him for that.
Yeah, well, we're getting to that. But I wanted to, believe me. As it was, I did just about the only thing that I could think of to extricate myself from my predicament. I fast-talked my way out of it.
Again! Like, $64 words when a $5 word would have worked. I don't know, I guess my vision of Gobbet's character is a little bit different than the way the script writers envision her, using words like extricate and predicament. Like, my vision of Gobbet is, I did just about the only thing that I could think of to get myself out of that mess. But not extricate myself from my predicament. Like, this feels kind of out of character, I guess, for Gobbet. But I don't know how much of that character is me projecting versus how much of that character is how she's written. Anyway,
I fast-talked my way out of it. I opened up by doubling down on my loyalty to Malvina, Cadmus, and the status quo on the sinking ship, swearing my undying friendship. You know the drill. I did a good job of it, but they still looked a little iffy. Iffy with a warhawk is bad, so I volunteered to prove myself by stealing the shiny object back from Choi. I know, right? Not my style at all. But then, I didn't really have a choice. I'd inadvertently helped to arm the bastard who was tearing our friends and neighbors apart. I don't think I could have cleared my name without taking his weapon away again. It was a hell of a night. I don't want to get into many of the gory details. Friends died. Hell, friends killed each other. It was brother against brother, all that jazz. And Choi's indiscriminate use of the shiny object let a lot of things into this world that shouldn't have been.
I wonder if this is background for the Walled City fiasco. Like, I wonder if this is relevant for all the weird cover-ups and dirty chi and whatever that's going on with the Walled City and with Sang. Did you wind up stealing... Ooh, no, this is a good question, actually. Did you get a better view of them this time?
Yeah. I wish I hadn't, but I did. I don't really know how to describe the things. They were like animals, but wrong. Too many tails, bones in the wrong places, huge open sores, that kind of thing.
Wild. For people who are familiar with Shadowrun, does this describe something specific? Like, should I, as a outside person with meta knowledge, know what this is referencing? Should I have a better idea of what the artifact is now that I've heard her description, even though, in character, neither Gobbet nor the Lever really know what it is?
They were spirits manifested in physical form, I think. Most of them took the form of rats, swarm of insects, rotting things. All of the old pestilence tropes. Somewhere there were colonies of things, all tangled together and moving as one. Not the sort of thing that I want to see again, ever.
Doesn't evoke anything specific to you. Okay.
So anyway, long story short, I got the shiny object back from Choi. It wasn't easy, but I got it.
How'd you manage that?
Lies and misdirection. Trickery. Rat helped. Some of the things that Choi let loose actually came in handy. He'd summoned so many of them that he couldn't hope to control them all, and that gave me an opening to use them to my advantage. I managed to trick my way past Choi's supporters in the astral menagerie that he'd summoned. Wasn't easy, but I did it. Then I stole the shiny object, and all was right with the world. And yeah, I'm intentionally glossing over the details. I had to do some things that I'm not proud of, and people died because of it. But I got the damn thing, and I got it back to Malvina.
Feels a little like insect spirits, which is sort of Cthulhu demons crossed with cockroaches. Yeah, those were the primary antagonists in the first game, right? I'm not sure that this necessarily feels the same or similar to what happened there, but yeah, okay, I could see a similarity. What happened then?
Long story short, Malvina put the shiny object to better use than Choi ever did. She took to the thing like she'd grown up using it. We still lost dozens of people, but Choi's side lost more. Cadmus was critically wounded, but he pulled through. After the skirmish, Malvina held an assembly. She told everybody that there'd be new rules for life on the raft. Anyone who refused to follow them could leave, and if you broke them, you were done. The rules of the sea and all that. After the pronouncement, she turned on the surviving mutineers. Honu was one of them. He'd been on Choi's plan the whole time. She didn't kill them, but she did exile them from the sinking ship. And for people in our economic bracket, that was as good as a one-way trip to the walled city. I'd be willing to bet they're all dead by now.
Alright, well that I am fairly sure definitely means that one of them is still alive and is going to be a major antagonist, if not the primary antagonist.
In the wake of Malvina's ultimatum, 5 survivors left the sinking ship. I was one of them.
Yeah? Did you flee like a rat? Why'd you leave?
I had to go. We may have washed the blood off of the decks, but the energy of the sinking ship had changed. It wasn't the carefree haven that I'd loved anymore. And as sensible as Malvina's rules were, I wasn't up to living under them. We parted on good, but sad terms. As you'd expect, we drifted apart over the years. It's funny. I hadn't even thought of Malvina or the sinking ship in years. Not until I decided to teach you your previous lesson, and it all came flooding back in.
She pauses, turns to you.
That's the story. It's finished. But I want to circle back on the lesson that I gave you up front because it is important. We need Auntie Cheng to bring us work. That's obvious. But we also need her to keep us honest. To be sure that we, on the team, are playing straight with one another. Auntie Cheng's reputation rides on the legitimacy of the jobs that she brings us. And that, more than anything, is why we need her. If we didn't have Auntie Cheng or someone like her, we'd eventually tear ourselves apart. It happened on the sinking ship. It could happen again in Haoi. So anyway, that's the lesson. If you've got follow-up questions, go ahead and ask them.
What did Malvina do with the shiny object?
Well, first she used it to get rid of the things that Choi had let loose. Then she put it away for safekeeping. It's probably still there on the sinking ship, ensconced in some shrine or other, held under lock and key.
She should have tossed the thing into the bay.
Yeah, agreed. I didn't like it either. But then, she'd already proven that she could handle the thing. And it did help her put down Choi's mutiny. Plus, she's a shaman. We deal with dangerous magic beyond mortal ken on a daily basis. It's not that weird for us.
If you say so.
Like I said, I'd have preferred it if she had ditched the thing. But in the end, it wasn't my choice to make. From what little I've heard, she's still in power over there. So I guess that it worked out okay.
And Choi?
That walking colostomy bag was already dead. Eaten by his own monsters after I took the shiny object away. Turns out he wasn't much good at controlling them without it.
Her voice fills with grim satisfaction.
He didn't even live long enough to watch his mutiny fail.
Alright, well, thanks, Gobbet.
Sure. And Seattle, thanks for listening. These lessons are for your benefit, but I think they help me too. And it's nice to be taken seriously every now and again.
I'm still not taking you seriously. Who says that I take you seriously? I never cop to that. She smirks at you.
Yeah. Say what you like, you keep coming back. Now get a move on. I have gobbet things to do.
I suppose you do. Alright, well, get on with your gobbet self. Keep on gobbeting, I suppose. So, does everybody have new things to say now that it is day 2? You should know our pattern by now. We have spoken, yes? Now there is work to be done. See yourself out, if you please. Yeah, he really doesn't know how to interact with people. Keep calm and gobbet on. Yup. He's feeling distracted. That's great. That's fine. All well and good. There does not need to be further interactions simply because I have slept. It can wait till after our next job. Whatever our next job is. Do I think anything new and interesting has happened over here? Like to see your wares? Don't think anything has changed. I wonder if I could get one that's like +1 spellcasting and +1 conjuring. That would be sick. Thanks, Crafty. Do we think we're going to get anything more out of the Go players? They still going to be talking about their dreams? Reliable Matthews trailer. The side of Matthew's trailer looks freshly scrubbed. It reeks of kerosene. Broad swaths of the flaking paint have been removed, revealing the brittle plastic siding, discolored by years of acid rain. You can still see the faded black traces of erased graffiti. It reads, Job Stealer. Something inside thumps the trailer. You could easily peer in one of the windows. What? Why is Reliable Matthew? What the heck? Okay, look in the window. I'm never gonna not look in the window. Inside are dingy, cramped living quarters, cluttered with broken drones and unwashed dishes. What looks like a rumpled, motley-colored shag carpet is heaped over about half the tiny space, obscuring most of the furniture. After a moment, the shag carpet moves. It rises about a foot and surges slightly towards the window. Then it stops, pulsing and fidgeting. It's hard to see it clearly through the built-up grime on the window. Excuse me, living shag carpeting? This sounds awful. The carpet is actually plush-covered drones. Teddy bears, raccoons, little dolls. There must be 24 inside the caravan, all companionship models. They're all looking at you, as if they've realized you're not Matthew. They watch, fidgeting. Then in one coordinated motion, they all lie down and go dormant again. Companionship models. Oh, what a creep. I don't think I am talking to you ever again, Reliable Matthew. I don't care how reliable you are. You a weird boy. I guess what I'm hearing is Reliable Matthew likes his drones a little too much. You know what? At least Ractor is honest about his creepiness. Alright, so what are my jobs here? Is there anything to do in the Mahjong parlor? There's like the guy who gave us a job here, who wanted us to infiltrate a party or something. Gotta go get the dirt on Ma. Got a job to do. Infiltrate a party. I don't like infiltrating the party, I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm willing to do it. I think I like it more than some of the other jobs I've already passed up on. But I still don't like it. Oh, it says Kraken now? Did we, overwrite the previous name? The original name has been sloppily painted over with black paint. Freshly painted characters have recently been done in bold brushstrokes and read Kraken. Nice. Sick. Alright, let's look at the jobs. Let's see what options are. I think it is about that time. New messages? Oh, we have no new messages. Jobs. Pending. Restaurant job. This is a rich person getting tired of a red pole. I don't know what red pole is, but presumably it's like face or enforcer or some particularly named role within a triad. Whether or not that person is important to the triad is unsure, but they have guards. So they probably are a little important to the triad. Ooh. Big yawns. I am so sorry. You are to kidnap Rooster Low. Okay. But killing his guards is fine. And then Geomantic Sabotage, I think, sounded a little more evil, so we wanted to avoid it. Large-scale manipulators of chi. Infiltrate the Sky Tower and disrupt the flow of chi throughout the building. Disrupt the feng shui of the office. And also mess up the garden horrifically. And we're gonna mess up Wuxing. How do I feel about that? I mean, I'm not particularly attached to any corporations. Messing up a corporation feels fine. We've used the Wuxing name in a couple of places, right? We've, like, pretended to be Wuxing representatives or something. Or brought them up as kind of a boogeyman. Which means maybe I don't want to mess with them? Wuxing is dangerous. Alright, what about active jobs? These are the ones I'm more interested in taking. One of them is the party one, which I'm not sure I'm super excited about. But the artifact liberation one may be a good one. Received a request from an archaeologist named Mr. Drake, liberating certain artifacts from beneath a manor house. Rich investor. I was contracted as an archaeologist to oversee the excavations. So for a series of tombs lying beneath the site. And before the archaeological find could get reported back to the government, Liu called in a corp. and sold the entire site to them, who then leased it back to him, and now it's his. And he doesn't have to worry about the government. Wouldn't the government have had to have... Whatever. Don't question it, I guess. So now he's got a museum built on top of an archaeological site and continued his excavations with Tai Chien contractors. Something strange is going on in the lower levels. Haven't reserved any information. Texts are the causes of whatever's killing the workers. Ah, ancient texts, yes. Not like phone texts, but like scrolls or something. Quite of experience with dangerous excavations. Beyond the two texts, whatever other artifacts your team can liberate, the more valuable, the better. Okay. Yeah, I like that job. Nice, simple robbery, and also some scary, out-of-context threats resulting from weird, otherworldly texts. Sure. Might as well. Oh, is there anything new on the Shadowlands BBS now that I've slept? No. What about that pay data? I guess not. Alright. So, if we're going on this mission, am I bringing Goblet with me? Or am I learning how to heal? And bringing people who can fight? I think we're doing this loud. So let's bring Duncan and Ractor and Gaichu. We'll leave Isabel at home. And I'll learn how to heal. Am I okay with not bringing Isabel? I think I always want a Decker. I probably always want a Decker. If I don't have a Decker, I might be giving up pay data. Required Conjuring 7. So I can't even bring it with me. I have to have Conjuring 7 in order to stick it in my spell slot. Unfortunate. I don't suppose there's a way to cheese that. I don't have much money. Can I put together enough money to acquire a thing that gives me +1 Conjuring? +1 Conjuring thing exists, right? I'd like to see your wares. I can get a +1 spellcasting one for infinite money, and none of these give bonuses to Conjuring. This one is Charisma and Spirit Control, and I think that matches up with the thing I already have. Oh, this one's just Charisma, not Spirit Control also. A shame. Alright, is what it is. Too bad. Let's see what Jin has to say. Anything new, or same as it ever was? Jin frowns.
Look who's back. Why don't you go egg a car or something and leave us alone?
I, for one, enjoy the lover's visits. A hint of a smile touches Lao's lips as Jin grumbles to himself. How can we help you? All I care about is dreams.
This again? Don't you have anything better to do?
Yes, we're all still having the dreams. Lao's voice is calm but troubled. However,
You've gotten a hell of a lot worse.
Jin shifts uncomfortably.
Look, let's not go into detail.
This information could help others.
If I tell you, will you go away?
Sure. He nods approvingly, then glances at Lao and Shu before continuing. Wait a minute, I feel like I've been through this before. Our dreams have become darker, violent. Like we've been hunched in the senses. Yep. Oh yeah, this is the same dialogue. The shadows that follow you are getting closer. Yep. Alright. Didn't mean to upset anyone. See ya. Anybody I want to talk to before I go out on this job? How we doing over here, Mr. Law? Got some metadata for you, do I?
Yo, the lever! Welcome back to the palace. You got anything interesting to sell me today?
He looks at the heap of wearable computers, PDAs, and chip decks on his nearby workbench.
'Cause I got nothing but fixing hair curlers and debugging old ladies' PDAs. I swear I'm gonna die of boredom.
Got some metadata for you?
Yo, tell me what you got. The network runs on information.
Red Dragon Association just got framed for industrial espionage at Ares Asia.
Man, that's cold. How'd that go down?
Let's just say they're getting the bill but not the goods.
Vicious. The buzzing network is that they're getting chewed up right now over in Yaotsin Mong. I wonder if Ares is the chewer. Alright, let's see what I got for you. Grab a program. Here's my surplus stack.
Law grabs a nearby bin and slams it down in front of you.
Check this shit out.
I don't really need any programs, but I'd take some Nuyen. Maybe I could sell one of them? I got some Nuyen.
I'll bill this as a data expense. Wampoa recognized the intrinsic value of information. Information is money. Boom! It's a pleasure handling meta with you, the lever.
Law beams happily.
A little meta's like a fresh memory defragment. Makes my whole day better.
Okay, cool. So I can come to him after a job and just directly sell off, hey, this is what happened. That's pretty good. Alright, see you later, Law.
You gotta go? Okay. Watch your back and shoot straight and all.
Law grins at you and dexterously flashes a hand sign that Shadowrunners give each other in Holovid shows.
I got things to do too.
Alright, that paid off. I accept a little bit of money. Jim can have little Anuyan as a treat. Still not really looking for guns. And I don't think I'm really looking for whatever this guy's selling, but let's go talk to Spider Shen anyway. Shen is examining a stack of cred sticks. Turning around, the monk nods. Hello again. What do you need? Pay a lot of dues, the Yellow Lotus? Shen shrugs, obviously indifferent to the amount the shop's being taxed. I do. But that's how the system works. I pay kindly for rent. Steel Arm Lu gets money because he's my superior. Lucky Ping receives a finder's fee for goods she sends my way.
and Grandfather Woe took me in. He gets paid because he's family, and I owe him for getting me off the streets. You join the organization, you have to pay the dues. It's the same as anywhere else, and it beats the hell out of being homeless in Kowloon.
Stuffing the boxes away below the counter, Shen produces a box of assorted needles and links and inks, and begins cataloging them on a battered PDA. You don't mind paying?
Not really. Grandfather Woe saved my life by taking me in, you know. Life expectancy for homeless kids in Aberdeen isn't very good. Because of him, I have skills, and friends who will pay to make use of them. It's a good life, all things considered.
Shen leans back against a stack of cages, causing the snakes within to hiss and snap at the glass.
I'm just a blue lantern, a foot soldier. I answer to White Ming, who I studied with on Wudang Mountain. He's the 49er, the made man who runs our crew. I don't pay him, because he takes his own cut out of what we make.
Alright, well, show me what you got for sale. Swords, I don't care about. Outfits. Kunai ninja suit. Dope. Chi casting for physical adepts, which I am not. Okay, so everybody has the same armor for sale, but there's not armor that I like anywhere. That's it for now. I guess we're out, since I'm not buying drugs, and it's time to move on. Alright, let's go loot the dig site and the museum. Alright, gotta take Isabel. I think I'm on Gaichu and Ractor. I guess this is the choice between Gaichu and Ractor or Gaichu and Duncan. The robot is pretty good. But Duncan presumably is pretty good at what he does too, right? Definitely want Gaichu along. I love that katana. Gaichu does some good work. The question is between our good buddy Duncan or our good buddy Ractor. I guess I haven't brought Duncan along on a venture in a while, so we might as well. The Dig. This job is a golden opportunity in more ways than one. A raid of the in-development museum, the Emperor's Tomb. The museum's claim to fame is its location. It rests on top of ancient catacombs, where an excavation is underway to convert them into the museum proper. Intel has it that the workers are dying, not from on-site accidents, but from magical disturbances in the area. Despite the hazards, development continues. Your client, Mr. Drake, contacted you to retrieve 2 tomes. Probably ancient, magical, priceless. But it won't be a smash in the park. You'll have to get to the tomes before they're cataloged, or they'll afterward be near impossible to access. As you near the museum, its height and grandeur looms unsettlingly over you. Even unfinished, it's reached an imposing size. At least that means it has plenty of room for pricing antiques. The best part? Mr. Drake needs this run to look unprofessional. Shattered glass and looting is encouraged. Ah, give me the thing anyway! Don't be like that. Whatever. Let me carry it so that I can add conjuring mid-run and fix a thing. Anyway, entry worked just like Drake said. You creep into the dark, unfinished site. Your comlink clicks in your ear, connecting a call. Good. Now I'll be appraising what you see as you go through this floor. Grab the best stuff, and my alarm suppression should keep you afloat. Just don't get too ballsy.
If the books haven't been cataloged yet, they'll still be in the basement. The tomb. I'll be in touch.
The earpiece clicks off. Call disconnected. He didn't even stay on the line long enough for you to get a word in. Your team powers up the nearby generator. Work lights along the new marble flooring sleepily flicker to life. Everyone surveys the site. Gaichu tilts his head towards the light. The work lamps act as lighthouses for his blind eyes, exposing the layout of the hall. He takes in a breath of the dusty air. There is nothing alive in these walls but us. A welcome change. Welcome. But don't you need, food? I'm always hungry. But the less meat I'm surrounded by, the more I can focus. Remind me not to bring you on the next hostage extraction. Alarm threshold 0 of 10. What does that mean? Valuable stolen. I don't know what that means. Do not trip the museum alarm. Optional, steal a bunch of artifacts. Okay. How do we trip the museum alarm? Grand opening coming. 2057. Oh, I can steal things. And then there's the alarm threshold. Ah, but it tells me how much they're worth. Replica Utah Raptor skull. All right, 1400 seems high value. 900, not so much. 30, pretty low. It's a painting with a plaque beneath it. It reads, The Lady of Shalott, 1888. Check bookshelf? Help me out with this bookshelf? The bookshelf is made from your standard stained wood. It's attached to the wall. A solid build. Gaichu knocks on the side of it, sniffs the air. He throws the books from the shelves and then breaks each shelf in half, exposing the back of the bookshelf. Holy crap! A knock on the back panel reveals a hollow space behind the fixture. Gaichu's sword plunges through it. Returning his blade to its sheath, he gives the panel a kick, sending splintered wood into a chamber behind the now obliterated bookshelf. After you. Thanks. Ah, that, triggered some alarm threshold, huh? These firearms are relics as well. Maybe of value to a history professor. Ooh, good stuff. Karma gained 1. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted 7 karma so that I could spend it on being better at conjuring. Now I'm better at conjuring. I could totally bring in the armor ability, because I'm better at conjuring. Apparently it's a little late for that. Awkward. Oh, well that was high value. I'm into it. Terminal? Welcome, Lao Zhang. Hey, Isabel, can I get a hand with this login screen?
On it.
She clacks out a few command strings on the terminal.
Easy. This section of the OS has a security hole that'll let me bypass the password without cracking it. Just have to spoof our user credentials. Here we go. The root menu.
Office room controls? It appears this room is rigged to respond to computer-generated commands. The options are few. Okay. Ambiance candlelight? The room's lighting fades to an orange hue that flickers arrhythmically as electronic candles activate by the doorway. What does this mean? Fascinating. Business casual? The room's lighting intensifies and shifts through various colors. You return to the room controls menu. Was this a good idea? This is weird. Stop. Alright, back to candlelight. Enough. Enough, thank you. Remote building controls? Error. Remote building controls offline. Reason network connectivity unavailable.
This place is still under construction. The local matrix network probably hasn't been hooked up yet.
File system? Business-related files fill the submenu, most of them about contracts, construction plans, and financial projections. Among the files are several saved emails. 3 of the most recent ones stand out. Tell me more. From Lao Zhang to Cho and Son Construction Company. Per our previous discussion, I've attached to this email the revised museum blueprints. The prints outline various changes to the structure and building materials that need to be implemented as soon as possible. Some backtracking may be necessary, but it will cut supply and building costs by over 13% without compromising the museum's size and grandeur. I know you're against it, but production output will have to increase in order to meet our end-of-year unveiling. I'll leave it up to you to figure out the details, but if I find that you and your team are slacking off again, more cuts will be made. As to the loss of your worker, Mr. Fay, I offer you my condolences. However, we both know construction is dangerous work, and accidents are commonplace. You can look at this as an opportunity to hire someone more competent, and who won't get himself killed. Huh. Cold. Melissa Sung to Lao Zhang. I processed your informal request yesterday morning. Given a persuasive pittance, the Fei family agreed to forego public retribution regarding the loss of Mr. probably Qian Fei? Mr. Fei is the 4th laborer lost to hazardous working conditions. Public image is very important to the cooperation, cooperation? Maybe the corporation? Whatever. And it's unlikely another transgression will go unnoticed. As your lawyer, I must advise you to double down on your construction safety protocols, or to seek an alternative to monetary bribes. Money will buy silence in the short term, but we ultimately want a more permanent solution. I'll forward you the contact information of a Ganxian-funded organization that can assist you with such matters. I see. Maybe instead of bribing their families, had you considered killing their families? To Lao Zhang, from Lao Zhang to Marcus Ping. I can assure you that the recent rumors regarding construction infractions, worker fatalities, and malpractice are all untrue. Complete fiction, invented by the local gossip circuits to stir up trouble for hardworking men like myself. I have taken every possible precaution with this museum and have spared no expense. Should you need proof, I'll send you my lawyer's contact information. I promise you'll find no infractions filed against me or the Ganxian Enterprises. Your investment is sound. Okay. So, a little bit of lore, but nothing useful. I'm so glad it tells me what these things are worth. I'm right now sticking to things that are over 1,000. If I take 4 more things, 980. It's not showing me the value anymore. Did I have to remember? $900. Authentic Utah Raptor skull. Damn. 980, 900, and then there was another like 9 something or 8 something over here. That would take me above 10k. Was there another room we could get into? This is locked. 950. Alright. If that'll do it, that'll get us above 10k and still below the alarm threshold. So, I'll take that. Alright. Objectives completed. So now it's just do the thing. Find books, do not trip alarms. Okay. Let's go do that. I guess it's possible there are other things that would trip alarms, and that would be a bad idea to engage in. Another computer? I do love computers. Security terminal. Tell me more. Hey, Isabel, do the thing. Terminal's powered off. Oh. Well, okay then. What if we were engaged in business casual over here? Is that going to turn something on or off? It's just that room. Maybe this is just things that I'll have to interact with on the way back. That seems plausible, especially given there's like ley lines over here behind a locked door. Enough. Thank you. It is not time for a business casual dance party. It is time for stealing priceless books. Do not enter. Yeah, right. Can't stop me. I'm amazing. This sign can't stop me because I don't know how to read. Pants off, dance off, huh, Kellerman? Thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Very much appreciate you being here. Ooh, a thing. Is it the book? Looks book adjacent. Ancient book. Yeah, alright. We do have to make sure that we don't run into anything that'll kill us. Dying would be bad. Gonna do a quick save here just in case, because this feels like the kind of thing where I want to take appropriate measures to do it right, as opposed to accidentally trip an alarm or something. Corporate yeah, right? Oh, this is a thing I can summon when I inevitably get into combat with these gargoyles and mummified corpses. That's cool. That's really cool. That's a cool thing that's going on over there. I'm gonna not go over there. Hey, here's something for our Decker to engage with. Go engage. Hydrate or dihydrate? True. Stay safe, kids. Alright, so now we get to play weird minigames. Ah, okay, this does get spotted. But this never gets spotted? This never gets spotted. Good reminder for everybody. Yeah, right? Good reminder for everybody. I agree. Does this ever get spotted? Yes, this doesn't, though. Ah, it does get spotted. It gets spotted by the other guy. So nothing is perfectly safe here. But this is safe until the other one comes past. So my first run is to here. I run to here while this one's going past. And then when this one's there, I run over here somewhere. Now run into here. And then wait for the other one to pass. And then run through, I think? It's really hard to see what's, like, open or not open back here. This looks like it might be permasafe, this spot. Oh, I'm dumb. I timed that really poorly. Unfortunate. Huh. I didn't get any trace. That's cool. Wow. Oh, because it can't cross. It's actually safe here. Fascinating. Because it can't come out and look at me. So it never got to see me on its turn. Oh, that's so good. No, to my knowledge, I cannot rotate the camera. Although, I can try and look at controls and see if there's like a camera rotate or something. Feels like there should be a settings button that I'm not exactly seeing. To my knowledge, I cannot rotate the camera. Alright, well this worked out as well as could be hoped for. I don't move very quickly, I've noticed. Oh, scary. Scary, did you see it? I thought it was going to be safe and then it moved backwards. It's not safe. Nothing is safe. This is safe. This is safe from him. This is safe from him. Oh boy, okay. Make it amazing. Amazing. I am so good at this. I'm incredible. This looks like it's going to be some work, though. Okay, none of this is safe. I gotta be behind this one the whole time. But then I need this to be in sync with something else in order for this to work. You saw the moment I clenched? Oh yeah, absolutely. I could wait here. And then run through after this comes around this side. And then I have to deal with this while I'm in the middle of this mess. Oh, I so don't know what I'm doing. Run behind him, wait here, and then follow the other one along, and just go behind him. Very dangerous. And yet, here we are. That is perfect sync. Go through! Damn it. I'm gonna go to here. And then... Data stored deciphered spells. Yo, that's dope. Gimme. In a future turn. 74? That's unacceptable. Oh, what? I didn't have another turn? Is this one still just going in circles? That's fantastic. Suppress, suppress. There wasn't anywhere to hide from him. There wasn't anywhere out of line of sight. That's too bad. But now we're good. So I do still want to make it over to here, but I'm here right now. Causes 20 system trace on failure. Rank 7. I can actually afford this, but I'd need to get into combat in order to reduce the trace, and getting into combat means getting seen. So I can't really afford that. I can afford that if I never get seen. But I want to kind of play the minigame and see how this works. Oh no. Oh, what? That I just lost the trace, didn't I? Ah, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to look at the thing before because I don't remember how this worked. Start and follow and match the sequences using your numpad or mouse to add more pips. You can press next as soon as you have even one pip. Pressing start again will let you repeat this step. Solution clues. Use the symbol clues here to look for a matching solution out of the 10 choices. Click the matching solution here based on the clues above. Correct answer will let you hack. Wrong answer will raise trace. Okay. Add more pips for more hack time. Alright, we're going to try that again. Worst case, I can always reload my save. I did save before I tried this. Oh, I didn't see it. Wow, that is stressful, and I still have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, cool. Oh, I got karma for that? Heck yeah, we're gonna do more of that. Alright, I gotta make sure I run in past here and don't get caught, and I think I can do that. Okay, I'm gonna see where it's safe to stand. Stand as close as I can. So here is safe to stand. And then once it goes through, I think I have time to just click. Nice. An interesting way to do hacking, yeah, right? That's a lot of W's. This is the only one with a lot of W's. Easy peasy. Wild aim. Oh, dope. Well, I've got nobody who can use it, so we'll just stash it. And now we get out. We've done everything we came for. We got it all. Sick. Alright, yeah, this seems like a good spot to save as well. That we did good here. We did good. The dig, too. Alright, we still gotta find that last book. And get out. And if I can do that without fighting, so much the better. But I suspect the other book is behind these mobs. Yup, it's right there. Do you see that? I do see that. Do we just draw down? Is that what happens? I guess if I engage in combat, then they don't get to engage in combat? Like, they don't have first move? This is as good a spot as any. Sure, let's go. Oh, I can unengage. That's cute. Good. Glad to know that I can unengage if I need to. Anyway. Go get him. Like, if you go here, I can no longer unengage I have been seen. Alright, so let's armor you up. Make you better at hitting. Line of sight blocked. Where are you? Isabel, please. Make you better at hitting. And have you go hit. Let's have Duncan shoot first. Two attacks with an increased chance of crit. This loses cover. Beanbag shot. 2 AP damage. Mercy kill. Can only be used on the very wounded. Big crit in! Yeah, I guess shoot him. That's some damage. Not a lot of damage. Damage stance? Is there a... Do I damage stance here? Do I just spit at him? I can't spit at him from here, but I can get in and strike. I don't think I do damage stance. I think I do defensive stance. But I think this attack is 0 damage and just has AP damage, which isn't what I want. Alright, so back to the default stance and smack him. Are you kidding me? Where the hell is my ally? Noxious breath. Brutal. He teleported. What? Where the hell? He sent me to hell. I want out. How do I get out of hell? Preternatural corpse. Alright, let's try stun stance then. Well, how did they get an extra turn? What the hell? Whoa. More people showed up from, like, random places. What the balls? There just keeps being more enemies. Oh, I hate it. Alright, well, he has no AP, so let's just do some damage. We do have AoE damage here. Our boy needs to not be in the middle in order for that to work. So I guess we'll target the one in the back. Oh, it still hit me. Wow, it hit everybody. That was less than ideal. Stun 2. Oh, I could just kill this idiot. I can do 8 damage. Not through 4. Oh, with 2 armor pen. Yep, that'll work. Rude. That noxious breath is so brutal. Uh-oh. This is so rude. How many idiots are there? Good miss, good miss. Healed. You trauma kitted yourself. You actually got damaged enough that it was time to trauma kit. That's horrifying. Wounded 10. Do we just run into the back where more monsters are gonna spawn? Everything about this is awful. I want to kill you if I can. Sweet. Oh, this is where he shows up, huh? Alright, well, let's pick up the stuff. And, not walk into the poison, I guess? Nice miss. Why didn't she get a turn? Yo, the way turns work down here is the dumbest. Wounded 7. Well, they're all focused on you. So let's heal you and armor up, I guess. Alright, you've got a turn now. That's good. You're fine. I guess mark the target? This is awful. Who has 20, 22, 45, 30? Okay, well at least they don't have that much health. That helps. Oh, it's only one shot though. Too bad. Let's get into defensive stance and move forward. Soak up some hits. Oh, that breath is so rude. Sapped willpower. That worked. Can you hit anybody? Line of sight blocked. Okay, well, just move up, I guess. He's gonna die! This is pretty miserable. Alright, it's time for damage. See if we can kill this idiot. Not quite. Yo, this sapped willpower thing is pretty miserable. I can't heal. I can kill this idiot, I think. Oh! I took a turn, so he's dead. Excuse me? Can I undo that? That was not what I wanted to happen. Okay, thanks anyway, I guess. Two more turns. Holy crap. That was pretty good. Pretty bad. Really, really bad. That was one of the worst combats I've ever been in. My god. Your comlink crackles. You've got the books. Great. Next, you need to head upstairs so I can wipe the security data. Then, you're home free. Did you know these monsters were here? No. I planned this run down to the last detail, but those monsters were a happy accident. Excuse me? They tried to kill me. They also killed all the researchers, preventing these books from being catalogued. Finding them would have been a lot harder had these creatures not come along. Now, time's wasting. Security rooms at the top of the stairs leading back into the museum floor. I'll click in your comm link, and he's gone again. Wow. Rude. Okay, well, let's help our friend here. Since I need you to live through this fight. Living is important. And let's get the hell out of here. Oh. God damn it. Why can't a run be simple? Now all of a sudden I'm gonna have to make decisions again? A cadaverous husk materializes in front of you, unfolding like a flower from nothingness into being. It stands with a surprisingly upright posture, and you can see that its robes were once of fine quality. It raises a hand to block your path. Every single run. Like, oh, you did good. You finished the run. Now decide whether or not you actually want to get paid. Like, come on, just let me get paid. Stop. The thing's voice comes out in a hollow rasp. Something about it feels empty. It seems you can move freely through this realm, coming and going, taking what is not yours. Who are you? I was an assistant to a great man, an emperor. I was meant to continue assisting him in the afterlife. But something was unsettled. Bonds were broken. He is no longer here, and I wish to search for him elsewhere. I want out of this tomb. I must free myself from this place, but I cannot leave. My soul is bound within these catacombs, chained to the bones of a life that I no longer possess. Well, I seem to be running headlong towards an ethical dilemma that is not going to prevent me from getting paid. So I guess I'm okay with hearing out this preternatural corpse. What's happening down here? The books that you carry, they are alive. Never mind. He also doesn't want me to get paid. They protect themselves, distort space, and draw creatures to them who will serve. Our Exalted had the will to contain them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is Shadowrun, not Exalted. I don't know what you're talking about here. Whenever you intend to send them, I hope that an equally strong mind will keep them under control. Seems unlikely. You know what? Actually, if Mr. Drake gets a hold of these books and after he has paid me is unable to control them and then dies to zombies or something, that's fine. I do not object. So you think I can get you out of here somehow? You can. Slowly, painfully, the mummy inclines its head. It reaches into the folds of its robes and produces a ring of fired porcelain. The creature extends its arm, presenting the object as an offering. Take this talisman and place it among the other artifacts you have removed. Once you have moved it beyond the binding threshold of this excavation, I will be free. What does freedom mean to you? How is this going to backfire on me? Let's say that I do this. What's in it for me? The sure knowledge that you have done what is right. How do I know that I can trust you? There's a long pause. You don't. How could you? But I am a man of my word. Alright, well, I do enjoy doing what's right. That is, in fact, an accurate text line. As do I. When I am free, I will give you a thing. Ooh, a thing! I love things! A token. I'm less excited about tokens. Crumble it in your hands and I will come to your aid. But only once. One time. And no more. The mummy's eyeless sockets seem to stare into you, through you. Will you accept my offer? Yeah, I mean, you didn't attack me on sight, so I am okay with not killing you.
Thank you.
The mummy inclines its head.
I will be briefly in your debt until you use my token. Then I will no longer be in your debt. But until then, in your debt.
Mummy spirit talisman. Fascinating. Alright, we're out. Kind of out. I have to go to the security room first. So he can double cross me. I think. Is why I have to go to the security room first. So that I can be double crossed. Extremely unfortunate. I would like to just leave. But I guess that's not how this is going to go. Alright. The team is, unfortunately, extremely injured. I would like to use items. Can I use this from here? Activate? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. She's down 15 health. He's down 1,000,000 health. He's down 30 health. I am down 30 health. Wow! What a brutal combat. Activate. Okay, cool. Yeah, activate on yourself. Confirm. Plus 25. Dope. Oh, because he's got the biotech to make healing better. Do it again. Activate on the lever. Confirm. Gaichu. Activate on yourself. Confirm. Alright, where are we now? Gaichu's at -10. I am at -5. Isabel's at -15. Duncan's at -20. -20 on Duncan, yep. And then heal yourself for 10. Alright, well that was a giant stock of health packs. The terminal is powered off. This is the one. Flip the switch on the bottom right, then plug in my data chip. The script will doctor the security logs so we can sneak you out. It's executing now. There's a pause. You can hear him clicking his tongue like a metronome. And done. Get out of there. Right. Let's get out. Do we think we're gonna somehow be able to get out without fighting? Of course. Of course. Of course. It's never easy, is it? What are we up against here? 50 HP, 45 HP, 35 HP. Okay, that was an actual miss. Yes, correct. Alright. Pretty legitimate misses there. Respect. I guess I'll find a place to be undercover. And you just run up to the side here, somewhere where you can be undercover? Somewhere where you're out of line of sight is really where you need to be. insufficiently out of line of sight. Fortunately, everything's fine. What? There we go. That's what that's supposed to look like. Alright, let's find you a place to hide and then refuel. I like my odds. Very slightly higher than 50%. Nice. I see it's going to be 2 HP to get anywhere. Or 2, thing to get anywhere. So maybe let's, spit on him. Nice. Big spits. We'll get into dodge stance. And armor up. Big misses, that's what I like to see. Huge damage. Isabel. I want Isabel to mark the captain. I don't think I can get into a position where I can mark the captain, though. Maybe I can. From here, I could probably mark the captain. Yeah, I should have expected that. Maybe just get out of line of sight. Oh, rude. That actually hurt me. That's not acceptable. You get into damage stance and proceed to wreck some face. All of the face. Just wreck it. The entirety of her face. A familiar voice pipes up in your communicator. Change of plans. Search those bodies for a key fob. You'll need it to access the side door. What side door? In the lobby. My program didn't work as well as I'd expected. I've been monitoring the exits on my cameras, and the HKPF have the front locked down. Since you can't go out the front now, you've got to exit out the side. That key will get you through the locked side door, which will take you out the East Service exit. Well, if you say so. I guess that's through here. I see more ley lines over here, so I'm pretty confident that we are going to be in combat. Oh, yeah, look at them. Here they are. Alright, folks, get into position. Lasts until combat ends? Dope. I can sit here and armor up everybody. And it'll just take a while. But it's free. I'm okay with this. Very slight amount of min-maxing. Alright, we're gonna haste up Gaichu. And that's going to be the turn, and now we go in. And now we're in combat. Nice. None of this is cover. I guess this is cover. Alright, 2 AP to run up and hit this guy. But then afterwards we can run up and hit this guy. Heaven Stance. Run up and deliver some Heaven. And then Dodgy Stance. Over here, deliver some Dodge. I don't know where they're going to run to. I could presumably try and box someone in here? Yeah, I could box her in. That's probably my best bet. Oh. Yep, that worked. I am okay with spending the whole turn running over here. That's pretty good. That's very good. Yeah, I'll take that. And you're just... I'm just gonna run up and kill you. You're just gonna be very dead here. Aww. Just extremely dead. Just the deadest. Yeah, that worked out pretty much as predicted. About to leave this location? Absolutely. Phew, we're out. Yeah. The whole forever in your debt thing seemed a little disingenuous when just prior to this, he had been like, 1 token, 1 use. Your adrenaline wanes as you fly through the subway tunnels on your way back to Haoi. There isn't much left to do but pick the shards of glass off your clothes and congratulate yourself on one hell of a run. It's just too bad you couldn't keep the looted antiques. By the end, you'd managed to steal over 10,000 nuyen worth of items for your client, a number that will hopefully be reflected in your mission pay. The damage you caused will likely set the museum's development back even further, not enough to cripple the project, just enough to send a message. But at the end of the day, you still managed to break a lot of exhibits, displays, and even the faces of a few tomb crawlers, the presence of which had conveniently slipped Drake's mind. Surprises aside, you came out on top. And thanks to some quick thinking on Drake's part, you got the books, and you got out. Quick thinking on Drake's part, huh? I'm not willing to attribute any of that going right to Drake. Like, it was his alarm system that messed up and led the HKPF to us, and it was him forgetting to, you know, him forgetting to let us know that there were jerks around. Like, all of that was a problem. Every single piece of that was a problem. Extremely a lot of that was a problem. Yo, I got a lot of karma here, actually. What am I going to do with this karma? Is it time for strength up so I can throw better grenades? Is it time for spirit summoning? Spirit control? Is it time for Hellstorm Barrier? Yo, it might be time for Hellstorm Barrier. That sounds delightful. Cool. Alright, let's, Oh, maybe we can tell Maximum Law about what we did and he'll pay us for it. Law is speaking into the air as you approach. His bulky goggles flash with an unusually diverse array of conditions lights.
Yo, T-Zero, I gotta go, man. This is the cat I was telling you about.
The goggle servos whine softly as a set of lenses focus on you.
The lever! What's going on? What have you been up to?
My notoriety precedes me, I see.
That's what you get for being vicious. So what can I hook you up with today?
I've got metadata for you. The recent heist had a specific target. Books.
Really?
Yeah. There were some sort of ancient texts, probably sorceress, and awakened monsters had invaded the tomb.
Whoa, are you serious? That's nuts!
Law slaps his thigh for emphasis.
Boom! More proof for my theory. The Kong is done. I give it 2 years tops before demons or something eat everybody.
I mean, what do you think is in the walled city?
Let's see what I got for you.
Grab a program. I want money? Thank you for the money. Alright, well, see you later, Law. This was absolutely worth it. Oh, we got upgrades, too. It's time for upgrades. Everybody upgrade. Neat. What can I do here? Poison Fog becomes Acidic Fog, doing AP damage as well as HP damage. Wow. Shrine spirits summoned by Gobbet are now present for an additional turn before dispelling themselves. That's kind of cool. I think I like the idea of AP damage on your fog, though. Sabotage! The mini launcher gets better. I do love her mini launcher. Is now packed with napalm charges, igniting damaged targets. Targets on fire will take an additional 6 HP damage. That's lovely. Espionage. Dual routine boost program, which increases persona speed while sneaking in the matrix by 40%. Does not stack with other boost programs. Do you get other boost programs here? I don't see any other boost programs. Gosh, movement speed in the Matrix? That sounds wonderful. Actually. Oh, I really like her rocket launcher, but like, if extra movement speed in the Matrix, like, helps me dodge the security systems better, I think that's more worth it. Ah, that's wild. Nail grenade. Standard equipment now includes a lethal shrapnel-filled grenade. Strips armor. Now includes a new flashbang that has larger AoE. Sweet. I like flashbangs. Give me that. Give me that AP damage. AP damage for everybody. Red Samurai. Coup de Grace. I guess coup de grace. Coup de Grace. Gaichu gains a katana ability plus 100 damage, but can only attack stun targets. Holy crap. Bite. Restoring 8 HP over 2 rounds and gaining strength. Oh my god. I gotta choose between 100 damage to stunned people and heal yourself for 8 while doing additional damage. Both of these are nuts. I want both of them. How do I make this decision? I feel like I'm not frequently enough stunning people. But maybe with with our boy Duncan in the party more often, there'll be more stuns. Like, I'm not a mage. I'm not throwing out lightning. Which is a shame, because the AoE stuns are wild. I guess Isabel does have an AP damage move. Raktor doesn't. My character doesn't. I could maybe do, like, AP damage lightning. Like the lightning barrier. Which is an idea. This is an instant kill. How could I turn this down? I literally don't know how I can turn this down. Raktor's overclock ability now gives +2 AP and +2 movement. Incredible. The cooldown on Raktor's toolkit ability is reduced from 5 to 3 rounds. No, overclock better. Make overclock better. Yes, thank you. Very cool. Ah, let's go get paid. What the hell? You enter the trawler to find your crew gathered together waiting for you. Isabel has her head buried in her PDA. The rest of them stand watching her, trying to be patient. What's going on? Isabel paces up and back, trying to decide how to begin. I've been doing my homework on Josephine Tsang and Tsang Mechanical Services. You're pacing, so that tells me you found something. Oh yeah, I found something, all right. Isabel lifts her PDA to her face and consults her notes. In 2011, Tsang Mechanical Services was a D-level corp floundering in the shallow end of the Hong Kong corporate pool. That's when Josephine Shui married into the family. Josephine thought big. She conceived of a massive project that would catapult TMS into the big time. Something she called the Prosperity Project. Oh! So now we know what we're looking for. Now we know what Raymond was looking for. Prosperity. Prosperity. That's what Raymond was mumbling about. What does any of this have to... What is the Prosperity Project? Once upon a time in the 1900s, the walled city was a densely populated slum. Something like 30,000 people crammed into 6.5 acres. Wait, I've heard this story before. It's a shithole, hell on earth, yada yada yada. That's today's walled city. The second walled city. The first walled city started life well over 100 years ago, and lasted through both world wars and almost through to the Awakening. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. It had become such a haven for criminals that the cops would only enter it in large, well-armed groups. Oh, sounds familiar. In 2021, Josephine Tsang proposed a vision for a new type of low-income housing project, the Prosperity Project. A self-contained, low-cost walking neighborhood for the poor, but on a grand scale. Walking neighborhood. Does that mean like a walkable neighborhood or like the neighborhood moves? Probably walkable neighborhood. Right? Don't need cars to get around. That seems more likely than the other thing. The Prosperity Project would give Hong Kong's poor and the flood of refugees pouring into the country a place they could call their own. Something that felt more permanent than the sprawling tent city that spontaneously sprang up after the first walled city was demolished. The Prosperity Project would replace the tent city and would be symbolically built on the site of the old walled city. The slogan was, "A place of dignity, where prosperity begins." The apartments weren't much bigger than the space you'd get in your average coffin motel, but they were built around plazas and marketplaces that contained goods and services catering to the poor. The government forgot the lessons of the last walled city. They loved the idea of containing the refugees and the poor to only a few densely populated blocks. It kept them out of the public eye. Securing the contract catapulted Tsang Mechanical Services' fortunes ahead, and eventually put Josephine Tsang onto the executive council. How'd she get so powerful by building a slum?
It's a very big slum. Apparently, that was also the beginning of a series of lucrative building contracts that propelled TMS into the big time.
Oh, so more of a publicity slum. Where's Raymond come into all this?
Raymond Black doesn't come into it at all, but Edward Sang does.
Is Raymond Black actually Edward Sang?
You got it.
What? You mean he lied to us this whole time? Duncan's jaw drops open. What? Nah, come on.
Raymond Black was actually Edward Sang, the only son of Josephine Sang and her late husband, Breakwater Sang.
Breakwater? Yo, you got people out here with names like Raymond, Edward, and Josephine, and then you're gonna try and introduce someone named Breakwater?
Edward was in charge of laying the groundwork for the walled city. Excavation and utilities, running in power lines, sewage, that kind of thing.
What kind of name is Breakwater? Thank you. Thank you.
Cooler than he was, apparently. Breakwater Sang was kind of a nobody. The nothing son of the company's nothing founder. The best thing he ever did for his company or his family was marry Josephine. Then die of a heart attack and get out of her way.
Wait, this doesn't make any sense.
Remember that massive gray water leak that flooded the basement back in 48?
When we got back from that camping trip up in the Salish, Ray screamed bloody murder about that. Wu nods, smiling. I'd never seen him so angry. He sobers.
But did Raymond know how to fix it? No. Raymond didn't know the first thing about sewer lines. He hired a small army of plumbers, probably paid him double what the job was worth to fix the thing, and it still took almost 2 months to get the leak under control.
Clearly a breakwater that's ascended to water. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Didn't sound like he ascended much of anything. Not much of a utility expert, huh?
So, if this man was not in charge of the utilities for the project, what was he doing down there?
I don't know. But Edward Sang disappeared from the public eye shortly after Prosperity was completed. Around 2031. That's about the time he moved to Seattle. Around 7 years before he found us.
But what happened in the walled city?
And what would make Raymond want to go back in there now after all these years?
I don't know. I intend to find out. Karma! Love it. Alright, let's make some money. Money? Got money? You got my money? Anybody got my money? Check my inbox for new messages. Are any of them my money? Data retrieval. Hope you're enjoying your newfound success in the shadows. I got another job for you, one that should prove very lucrative indeed. Contacted by an employee of the Eastern Tiger Corporation. Needs you to steal some research data and biological samples from his employer. This is not my money. I guess this is a job. Oh, I probably have to go into the jobs menu to get my money. I was wrong. The man's name is Tegoth Wright. Until recently, he was a researcher on a genetic engineering project. He was cagey with details, but I gather that it centered around phenotypic alteration and postnatal genetic enhancement. Postnatal? That's an interesting phrase. Unfortunately for Wright, he's got a conscience. Stupid man. Luckily for us, he's willing to pay to have his conscience assuaged. Wright's project was apparently quite horrible. Experiments on living children, total disregard for biomedical ethics or safety, and when Wright raised concerns, he was taken off the project. He's decided to step outside the bounds of the law and expose their wrongdoing to the world. The snag, you see, is that his wife and child live in Seoul. Not quite the heart of Eastern Tiger's power, but close enough. He's afraid that if he releases the information himself, they'll be taken prisoner and used as leverage. Idiot should have thought of that before, but that's not our problem. The samples and data are currently on an Eastern Tiger cargo ship, the MV Nalchi, sailing near Hong Kong on their way to Seoul. The storm slowed the ship down, so you don't have to go right away, but don't take too long. Once you have the data and samples, you're to call Wright. I've attached his number. He'll give you instructions on how he wants the information leaked. When you're ready, let me know. I'll arrange transit with Captain Jomo. He's a local Loho Joa pirate and smuggler, but don't let that put you off. He's as good as they get, and I'll have you on that ship without incident. I'll take that job, actually. That sounds great. I kind of love taking corporations down a peg. I'll let Captain Jomo know you're ready. You can find him down on the end of the pier my parlor is on. He'll handle everything from there on out. I'm not going to read these yet, because I want to get my money. Claim payment. You submit the job as finished. Well done. You went above and beyond what I asked and liberated some truly precious artifacts. I've attached the payment you're owed, plus a little bonus. I trust you'll keep quiet about what exactly was liberated from Lou's little museum. I'll come collect the books from Kindly Cheng shortly. Alright. Good. Great. I guess I've got enough time to go through the jobs. Let's look at what jobs are available. Urgent problem. From Bao Jianjun. Oh, Bao has a last name. We have a problem to solve. It is urgent. Meet me at the Mahjong parlor. Kindly's orders. Well, okay. If it's urgent, then, you know, we better take care of that. From Kindly to the letter. I'm not in Heioi right now, so don't bother coming to see me. We'll talk when I return. Please continue with our business ventures in the meantime. Okay, you got it, lady. Well, I guess let's read the BBS. Claim payment for sold pay data? Yeah. Money! Also, we can post new pay data. Post the museum shipping manifest. So, what are people talking about on the forums today? Typhoon stalled offshore. Typhoon Usagi. Infrared images of the storm eye-to-wall transition are really quite stunning, by the way. Typhoon Usagi has stalled in the South China Sea and is now weakening after passing north of the Philippines. Strong wind and periodic, very heavy rains will continue as Usagi's arms sweep across the region. For the moment, Usagi is resisting the wind, which is causing it to lose strength. Prevailing winds will probably ultimately drive Usagi ashore west of Macau as it struggles to remain over water. According to Dr. Lance Inroki of the Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency, even the most awakened storms have difficulty delaying their landfall for more than a week once they are in the South China Sea. Usagi will still be a full-strength typhoon when it makes landfall, but its delay fortunately gives people in the storm path more time to prepare. Look, babe, I made this cartoonified typhoon for you. It's got a little purse and sparkles and bubble tea and 8 arms with assorted weapons and a necklace of skulls and everything. Wow, that is actually everything. Weird to sign off as Strangler Bao. Why not just Strangler? Strangler is a hell of a street name. But yeah, I want this keychain of this cartoonified typhoon with a little purse and the sparkles and the necklace of skulls and the weapons and the bubble tea, and that is actually everything. That sounds wonderful. You're the best. The J-pop theme on the ammunition belts really takes it over the top, Amanita. You are a special person. Fascinating. Looking for Decker. Oh no. Again? This runner team is cursed. Looking for experienced Decker for a discreet milk run, picking a very special access card off a wage slave. Potential for a long-term arrangement. Must not take experimental stims during runs. Must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs. This is the new rule, number 2. Rule number 2. New rule, huh? Knock, knock. You said good sense of humor. It's a joke, see? At this point, we're actually more interested in hiring an experienced professional with a mature adult's impulse control. We've had some bad luck with our Deckers lately. The last one had 2 left feet and couldn't seem to stop stumbling into containers full of volatile substances. Poor runs with scissors. Although by looking at her name, I guess we should have known. Oh. So basically you guys are desperate for a Decker. Yup. Has anyone else contacted you? We could wait a little longer. Me. You guys are starting to get a bad rap, you know? Jinxed. I am entirely here for the ongoing looking for Decker saga. Saying mechanical services, huh? This seems like potentially interesting to my interests. Pretend that sentence was better. Has anyone else been keeping track of the Executive Council elections? It's almost time for the latest round, and the competition is heating up. Up until this point, Tantien CEO Sao Kok Chu looked like the best pick to replace Josephine Tsang of Tsang Mechanical Services. Despite Wuxing CEO Kent Xiaoling's rivalry with Chu, he had the support of both Yang Lin Fat of Shibata and Adrian Chung of Hildebrandt Kleinfurt Bernal. Boy, those are some corp names. Now, though, I'm not so sure. Josephine Tsang seems pretty confident that she'll remain on the council. From what I've heard, she's cut a deal with Ares Asia, Monobe, and Eastern Tiger to stay out of their way. In exchange, they let her own Southeast Asia's large-scale construction projects. A cozy relationship like that could turn the tides against Tantien. So this is Josephine Tsang, huh? Your screen flickers as a trid clip begins playing. Josephine Tsang stands at a podium. Yeah, swapped the... Boy, consonants are hard. Addressing a crowd of reporters in front of a partially constructed skyscraper. With the finalization permits approved for the Paktai Workers Complex here in Dongguan, I promise you that the prosperity of this city can only increase. This marks an auspicious day. Thousands of new jobs in construction, tens of thousands more when the project is complete, and low-cost housing for every worker. Some have said Tsang Mechanical Services does not have the will to compete in a global market, that we are only a force to be reckoned with in Hong Kong, Africa, and South America. I say that our good fortune is your good fortune. Tsang pounds the podium with a closed fist, nodding for emphasis. Tsang Mechanical Services is more than a local company. Our star is rising, and shows no sign of slowing. I ask the residents of Dongguan, who among you does not wish for a better life? A wealthier, happier life? One where your company is also your family, and can protect you from the uncertainty of these trying times. We will give you that life. We will give you that protection and certainty. What a load of utter crap. I mean, it's a corp. What do you expect? It may be crap, but the people in Dongguan ate it up. The idea of signing with a local company that isn't Baihu, and believe me, they count Tantien and Wuxing as foreign, was too much of a draw for them to pass on. I'm thinking that absent catastrophe, Josephine Tsang will be on the Executive Council in the next few days. Wasn't she already? Why do they count Wuxing as foreign? Tantien, sure, they're headquartered in Beijing, but Wuxing's just as native to Hong Kong as Tsang is. Wuxing and the Canton Confederation have been at odds since 2015. Wuxing's made a habit of exploiting the people of Guangdong and using loopholes to shield themselves from taxation. What's more, Wuxing was the primary mover in founding the Free Enterprise Zone, permanently stopping the Confederation's designs on Hong Kong. Tsang took a different tactic. Josephine Tsang started out by promising the Canton Confederation a very lucrative taxation agreement in exchange for a low-cost, long-term lease for their facilities in Dongguan. She sweetened the deal by treating them like family rather than adversaries. She's got them eating out of her hand. Okay. Punk Metal Hardcore. Got a collection of over 10,000 albums of punk hardcore, hardcore light, thrash metal, heavy metal, light metal, death metal, metal nouveau, cinepunk, synth punk, cyber thrash, synthcore, Hong Kong ska, and triple umlaut bands like Umlaut. Really? That is a fantastic name for a band. That's so good. If there's an album you've been searching for, I might just have it. In return, I'm in search of any weird, obscure bands to add to my library. Let me know. Got any cybercore synth metal? Pooksterama. Yo, this looks like a person who appreciates umlauts. As for what might interest you, I own the complete oeuvre of this German punk band, Messerkampf. Heard of them? Messerkampf? They're so mainstream. They're really big in the JIS. Really? Do they tour? Nah, man, I don't think so. Those Berlin anarchist bands never survive very long. Besides, I think they broke up a really long time ago. They're probably aging wage slaves now. No idea that they're wildly popular on the other side of the planet. Huh. Did Messerkampf figure into the second game? The one that took place in Berlin? Like, is this a reference I should be getting? As some of you know, I have a keen interest in urban planning, geophysics, and anything involving our eventual and inevitable destruction. Love it. What a great start. Appended is a recent summary on rising sea level in Hong Kong. It expresses the issue well in layman terms. Freedom Cowboy, you complained my post titles are a bit sterile. How's this one? It is pretty clickbaity. From HK Newswire, Hong Kong's watery future. Images and external links redacted. The Joint Corporate Development Bureau has released a report on sea level rise in Hong Kong over the next 50 years. Since the year 2000, Hong Kong experienced 9 to 13 meters of water level rise across like 60 years. Play them and they'll get back to you. All right, yeah. Let me know. Are they a real band? Is Messerkampf a real band? Oh, play the games. Yeah. No, go play the games. Do it. Um, 9 to 13 meters of water level rise over half a century. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of water. Isn't like half that enough to sink California? How high above like the water level is land? I don't remember the stats now. I gotta go. If I actually want to be able to participate in this discourse, I guess I need to Google them. But maybe I just don't care. But that is a lot of water rise. Geologists, they could be talking about tidal changes? I guess so. I think they're talking about ocean levels rising. Geologists cite a combination of Antarctic ice melting, the natural sinking of Hong Kong's artificial fill shorefronts, and forced subsidence caused by massive urban construction. Oh, also Hong Kong sinking, in addition to the water level rising. Wow. Geologists predict a continued rise in water levels over the next 50 years, with slowing land subsidence being offset by the accelerating collapse of the Antarctic ice sheet. Quoting from government geologist Ao Mingxia, with up to 15 meters of subsidence expected over the next half-century, that's a lot of subsidence, a large fraction of current Hong Kong will become submarine. Yup. Due to our population and small land base, abandonment of flooded land is no longer practical. Rigorous amphibious retrofitting of the city will need to continue. Really? So Venice? Yeah. But worse. Amphibious retrofitting of the city. Yeah, pretty Venetian. By 2100, the current coastal buildings will mostly rise from a canal environment. I mean, that's kind of what we've got going on here in Haoi, right? There's a lot of canals and stuff here, too. Engineering to protect Hong Kong. Engineering studies indicate that major improvements will be necessary on the coastal seawalls and on Victoria Harbour's Shirang Wall. Officially, the Anti-Typhoon Automated Harbor Defense Jetty. That's a mouthful. Coastal protections will need to be raised by 0.5 meter per year to counteract the total effect of risking rising sea level and the worsening severity of super typhoons. The Development Bureau estimates this may cost 250 billion nuyen over the next 5 decades. That's government money, all right. Climatic models suggest that by 2100, storm surges impinging on Hong Kong shores may exceed 3 meters in height, and wind-driven waves during severe storms may reach 15 meters. Whoa. So we're going to be running jobs from gondolas in 50 years? That's the message? That is, in fact, the message. When one does some simple financial modeling and extrapolates the worsening severity and frequency of super typhoons along with the geological outlook, the actual message is that it may be necessary to abandon Hong Kong. WP, I take it back. Keep your sterile titles. What's so endearing about you is that you talk about the grimmest things like an accountant. I do like the number of people on this particular BBS that there's like a clique of people that all associate with each other. Yeah, I like their dynamic. Double entry accrual accounting is an amazing system. If more operators took an interest in it, they would have much better long-term financial security, as well as be able to interpret and manipulate materials encountered during their work. I didn't expect this to go to actual accounting. It's pretty ironic that your handle shortens to WP, normally associated with white phosphorus. Actually, Hatch, it's not. It's really not. White phosphorus is exceptionally useful, oh my god, not merely because of its hypergolic ignition and the fact that once burning it's chemically immune to water quenching, but also because of its high adhesion and biotoxicity. I don't take pleasure in these qualities, but I appreciate them. Yeah, that kind of post would kill a thread. Alright, I guess that's it. Cool. Wow, we got some work to do. Okay, plenty of people to talk to now. We gotta go talk to everybody. And then go into the Mahjong parlor and talk to Bao and see what Bao wants. But all that is going to have to be on a Tuesday. Because, well, it's that time. And we're about done here. So, I'm gonna save. And, we'll be done for now.